Slashing, two, slamming, two,
Every werewolf came smelling like crow. Wild midnight came smelling like crow. Wild midnight,
eight ball,
like crow.
boxy, eight ball,
Wild midnight,
eight ball,
like crow.
boxy, eight ball.
Wild midnight.
The scarecrow walks at midnight and he will kill you. You will die.
Well, hello, you beautiful people, and welcome to another Pay It Forward stream. Yeah, I know I said Darachat, but it's Darachat Pay It Forward. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this is a Pay It Forward stream number 31. Now, I have to tell you, I didn't think I'd get this far with Pay It Forward because part of it, I do use my own money to support. But that's not the point. That's not the point. The point of the matter is that, well, he is Australian, Tomby. So, I mean, there's that. But he does great music. So his stuff is linked down in the description, or at least his channel is linked down in the description below. So if you ever want to check out his stuff, all the same videos I used are right there too. So I use him for quick reason. The reason I use him is because, one, no copyright claim on YouTube. Content ID, sure, but not copyright strike or whatever. And two, because I love his stuff. So there you go. How dare you all follow me here. Someone's getting a little jealous in the chat. Ooh. But anyway, thank you for joining me for this. Yes, the Pay It Forward stream. I can't imagine, like I said, I couldn't have imagined being here after 31 different Fridays. Now, again, of course, like I said, the 18th, I will not be here. So there will not be a Pay It Forward stream. So family occasion. But other than that, Pay It Forward, or whether a family vacation, family event, or a holiday, there's usually a Pay It Forward stream. And yes, I do use my own money to kind of support it, but I don't give out. I wish I could give out hundreds of dollars, but I'd like that. But no, I do give a little to those who have been first time coming here, don't know what the Pay It Forward stream is. Quick go over is that definitely not to support Abe. Yeah, of course. You guys are not here to support Abe at all. You guys are here for the Pay It Forward stream to support all these different content creators. Yeah, I know you're here. I know what you're here for. And it makes me sick. No, I'm just joking. But anyway, for those who've not been here for a Pay It Forward stream before, it is PIF, whatever. It is where I go on the Rumble side, right? Because when I'm, it's a lot more to do on the YouTube side on a money scale than anything else. So I can do more on the Rumble side than I can do on the YouTube side. So, oh, now that's the real payout. That's a Pay It Forward right there. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm just glad you're all here to see this because I'm going to put you all to shame because I heard how Abe sounds like, and he sounds a little more refined than you other English folk out there. All right. He sounds very like the platoon guy that Neurotics always brings on. So I'm just saying. Yeah, he's not on here yet. It's gonna be 8 p.m. when he comes around, or if he wakes up. I don't know. But anyways, yes, the Pay It Forward stream is where I go around in the Rumble live stream section, and I'll show you in a bit. I go around in the Rumble live stream section and I go through the total of it. I don't go through like gaming live stream or this live stream, whatever. I go through the total of the live stream section. And what I do is I go through one choice per page. And it's really a fun time. Just, there's gamers, there's talking podcasters, there's all sorts of stuff. So you'll get to see all that. And I have in the past linked to both places. It is up to you whether you want to stop by at those people and give whatever support you'd like to give. Again, I know big chunk of you are on YouTube as well, so it is up to you, but I will link to both ends because I think just a little bit goes a long way. And again, that's what I do. I don't give a whole lot. I wish I could, but even so, I will still give something so that people know that it's all about giving a little love. All about giving a little love. Even if no one else does. Look, Yarny, I think you need to calm it down. Okay, I think you need to calm it down. All right, it's going a little. He was it? He was going to have a nap. Hopefully, wakes. Yeah, no, he's. I told him we scheduled for 8 p.m. So right now we're going to do the whole pay it forward thing. All right. So this is the pay it forward thing. I don't think he'll back out. He, dear Lord, that man would not let it go every stinking day this week. All right. Do you think he'd back out now after all that work? No. So don't even worry about it. All right. Here we go. I'm going to start with this. So where I'm at, I'm on the last page of the Rumble live streaming section. Yeah, there's some politics stuff or whatever, but there are some gamer stuff. So we'll probably grab a gamer thing. And of course, there is no 24/7 stream, 24-hour 7 stream. You'll be able to tell by when we go in how their timer looks. So let's begin. Let's begin with a gamer one. Let's see what's a good. A Far Cry 5. I haven't seen it about Far Cry 5. Let's stop there. Let's go there. Oh, that's right. I have to turn on the.
Goddamn Peggy said. Wait. Ain't no Peggy dumb enough to pull a stunt like that. Shit. You're that deputy I've been hearing about, ain't you?
Wrong thing. I haven't played that game in forever. All right.
You gotta bring that bird back to me. It's our only way out of this shitstorm. Now, I need to make sure they didn't mess with it. Let's run it through some tests.
All right, go for the Rumble. Or the YouTube. Up to you. If you want to stop by and say hello, but I'm gonna do my thing.
You're either brave or stupid.
Brave or stupid.
I can do something. To take off for good. Swipe my plane and left me to fight for my life.
Fight for my life.
Ammo.
Yeah. A like, a comment. You don't have to give any money. Anything that helps you keep yourself.
Dude. Thank you very much.
Doesn't matter.
God damn. Breaking into John's ranch.
Have fun. You have fun too, man. Thanks for the $2, dude. Thank you very much. Don't have to do that.
Making it out in one piece? Way to show those fuckers. They must have been mystified.
Yeah, mystified.
Man, what I'd have given to see the look on their faces. Stupid Peggy.
Well, thank you very much, man.
That's all they do around here. Show up at
Well,
your
he
door
did
like
notice
they did
us.
to me.
So that means we don't have to stay too long. Enjoy the rest of your.
I should have figured everything would be all right. That plane's never let a single one of us rise down.
What's this planet boost?
I don't know what we would have done if we lost that plane.
So now we've done that. I'm back out. And so that's basically what it is. That's basically what it is. Far Cry 5. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ubisoft. I've heard enough of that today. No, again, it's not about the money part. The money I do. It's just whatever you want to do, whether it be like, comment, whatever. It doesn't matter. What matters is just giving a little love back in any shape or form you can and going from there, because at the end of the day, a little goes a long way. That's what I've learned. And if you really want to know how that works, just ask Tommy in the chat. He'll tell you. Well, hey, let's not devote to violence there, okay? Let's not go to. I do what I can. All right, let's get on to the next page. All right, because we're on page 13, right? So we go page 12. Let's see what's on page 12. All right. So we get some music ones. So these music ones are usually 24/7, so we're not going to worry about that. Yeah, this will say 24/7. Some will. Nature ones are usually 24/7. Oh man, I may have to skip this page. Oh wait, no. We may. Oh, this is a music one. Let's see. Let's try this one. Let's try Turtle Island. Just want to see how long it is. 24 seconds. Ooh. Help me. Don't choke me out. Then in isolation. Well, I think they got that wrong. But it's just started, so we'll go with it. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I got the wrong thing. I'm hungry. Well, get something to eat. Goodness sakes, Steve. Eat. 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 What? You usually have to be careful because some people restream stuff. Oh, goodness. But this one, the time period is not that long. So. But I'm surprised they even remade this game, to be honest. Now, whether they see it or not, it's not the point. We'll give it a minute or two. But if they don't see it, that's fine too. Again, that's why I leave all this other stuff there as well.
Sam.
Oh gosh, you look terrible.
You look awful.
It'll look worse if we stay out here.
Oh wow. They do kind of look updated a bit. It's a little more dirty, but I mean, they kind of do look a little cleaner. Oh, you could have done a better job than that. Hayden Panettiere, how could you? How could you rob a house like that? Yeah.
I could happen to Josh.
What happened? It cut him up like a fish.
Not good.
What do you think we should do?
We should check the basement.
Joy.
Oh gosh, you look terrible.
It'll look worse if we stay out here. Come on.
All right. I'll break into it again. All right. Let's see. What up? What up, Mastering Rumble? I know you come up as nifty, but it is what it is. I don't know what that means, Yarny. Si mangia? Is that like Espanol for yes something? Mangled person? I don't know what it means. I no habla español, señora. Let's see. Oh, of course, the Great Underground. I've had the Great Underground before. It is a 24/7 thing, but I have had them on before, so I know that they are actually real people that do this. Right? It's the Great Underground. It was a husband and wife, but they are a collection of musicians and stuff. So more like electronica musicians. Oh, we just got started. Mastering Rumble. We just got started, so you have not missed too much. We are on page 11. Now, of course, this is a live stream portion of things, so they're always going to change. They're not always going to be the same because, some will move up, some will move down, all this stuff, because it is a live stream thing. So, let's see. And again, 24/7. Nature ones, 24/7. We'll stay away from those. We don't need any of that. It's Italian for yes, eat. Oh, mucha bella. I think I said that right. I'm going to be saying words I shouldn't be saying. I got questions. What's Sniper? It's like an oldie game, Sniper Elite 5.
Play.
Oh, it looks like they're playing a PlayStation 5. Oh, this is multilingual.
Peguei aqui no multijogador. Não, quando é assim não vale a pena, mano.
Hold on. Oh,
Eu não estava a ver bem, mas
felt a tickle in my nose.
mas eu olhando de vez em quando para o O que é computador que será o estava a ver que ele PVP? Será o estava aí um bocado a desconversar.
Well, I don't understand a look of what they're saying, but that's okay.
Então,
Sometimes I don't know.
quando é assim não vale a pena a gente se chatear.
It's all about
Bem,
support.
ok, que era?
Ah, oh,
Só não
crap.
mandas mais que a minha mulher.
Oh,
Tá porra.
oh. Você
Pensava que ia
tickled
ser
my
mais
nose.
difícil.
Ugh.
Ô Magno, o que é o PVP match? Sabes não? Estamos à procura do próximo troféu.
That sounds like a Portuguese.
Agora, mata-matas, duelo de equipas, confronto de esquadrões, é qual? Lados opostos.
And I think they're playing on a PlayStation. Hey, EG, how are you doing? Popping in a bit before we get with B-side. How's everyone? Doing well, madam. Doing well. And I may stop by B-side later. Who knows? But doing well. I can't say eclectic as good as you put it down because that's a tongue twister. Oh, see, they notice us.
Ai, que caralho. Só não mandas mais que a minha mulher. Tá porra. Pensava que ia ser mais difícil. O Magno, o que é o PVP match?
Oh.
Sabes não? Aí
And they
é
pop in speaking another language.
Epá, aqui só diz jogar confronto de esquadrões. Espera aí, vou-te ler outra vez. Lados opostos. Deixa-me ver aqui o troféu. Então é. Só diz para jogar. Um time based PVP match.
Oh,
É
finally.
time.
All right.
Será que é confronto de esquadrões?
And we back out. Okay. So they notice. We get the hello. All it up. Hey, what up, Mariachi Man? Oh, K4NJ. Oh, gosh, dang it. Sorry, guys. $0.62. Yeah, that's true. That is true. It happened in that cartoon. Holy crap. When the seasons change, man. Kenji, K4NJI. I know. I didn't know it was kanji or Kenji when you first said it, and I thought it was just K4NJY. I thought that's how you said it, but all right. Apologies. Oh goodness. Oh my goodness. And if got some gamers as well. Okay, so once we've stopped by one person's stream and they move up or whatever, we don't stop by them again. It's just as being fair, whatever. Now we have Chrono over here. I would like to stop by Chrono. Misspell it games. No limits if you're willing to pay. Oh, that's something. That's something. Yes, I remember you. It's just your username is a bit different in studio. So, but when I look on stream, I can see the real name. So no worries there. But yes, I remember you. What are you doing this stream? I mean, what am I doing right now, or what am I doing for this stream? Like this. This is my Pay It Forward stream. So, Mastering Rumble. What the Pay It Forward stream is, I go through the live stream section, right? The live stream section of live streams, right? And I go through and I start from the very back end and I choose one person or whatever from each page. And I just doing for this stream, etc. Yeah, no, I'm trying to explain. Sorry. So I go through one person per page. I go through, I give a little help with engagement. I also give a little help, I give some rants or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's all about paying it forward. It's sort of based off of the Rumble rate thing that Chris Pavlovsky and Flawed TV did, but that was with $10,000, and I ain't got that kind of money. But I kind of took some of those things, a few of those things, and just, wanted to give back a little bit because I'm I don't have much, but I'm grateful for anyone who stops by to kind of be on here. So, hey, Sergeant Wilkie, how are you, sir? Looking forward to when you come on, good sir. It's going to be a few weeks, but looking forward to it. But yes, that's what I do. That's what Pay It Forward is. And of course, if you're on the YouTube end, you can always ask Tomby. Tomby will say he got a little inspiration from me for doing this, but I always think he just had it in his back pocket, but he's just being humble about it. But I got him. No, but no, I appreciate that. But anyway, all right. So we're on this page. This is page 10. I haven't choose from yet, so I'm going to choose someone who I've had on before, and this is Chrono. Right? We can always come back to other people. It's not that big of a deal. But Chrono, I've had him before. Cool dude, family
Looks like
man,
we're all
likes to
heading
make
towards the
family
small island
friendly
in the east.
content. So what we're going to do is gonna give a little love, and then do that. But what I am gonna do is, if people in the chat want to stop by and say hello,
I don't know
have
if
to
that's
give anything
any
at all.
faster, but it feels faster.
They can enter through the link I'm about to give, and you could stop and say hi.
It's
up to you.
okay. Everything's going to be fine. Help is surely on
Up
the
to
way.
you.
You promise?
It is not mandatory. I would say blast this chat, but in a nice way.
You, the Hylian. Did you manage to swim through all those monsters to reach us? You mean 2 fish? Yeah, it's
This
quite
must
the
be
capable
the
one,
new
aren't
Zelda
you?
game.
We hope to get out through there.
Yeah. So if you're able to,
I can't take
stop
the
by and
child
say
into
hello
those
to 'em.
waters. We need another means of
If you're
escape.
able. I'm not going to force you to. Not that I could, but still. I wouldn't want
There's
to
that
force
exit, but it's blocked by a pile of rocks. I can't push it or
That's
pull
just
it.
dumb. This is about supporting a
I'll never get out of here.
a fellow guest, because he's been on
I'm sorry
a
to
guest.
ask.
He
Hylian,
actually,
was there anything you could do to help?
he was on with Tom. When Tommy
Hey,
was on
Mastering
first.
Rumble, Daramouthe. What's up, dude? Hey, thanks for the rant.
Sorry.
I'm definitely looking forward to the weekend. What is up, everybody? Good to see ya. Hey, I did it. I moved a big. I barely got it out of the way.
I want to play that game.
We moved it 2 inches. You've saved us.
Yeah, Chrono was on when Tommy came on for a
What's
payforward
going
stream.
on,
He was
guys?
at the end guest, and they got to speak with each
But
other.
he
So
said,
was
dude, I
awesome.
appreciate it. It's been a while since I've actually been able to do a Rumble stream. For some reason, when I would go live using ADAM multi-stream, just Rumble would crash OBS. It was the weirdest thing, but it started working again. You moved that pile of rocks. Now we might be able to leave this place. What is your name, Hylian?
Back here.
Zelda? That sounds familiar. Well, you have my thanks. Ah! Let's get in there and save your kid. Yes, please. My son, you're safe. What a relief. Drad, what are you doing here?
Hey, there he is, Mastering the Rumble.
Just paying you
on
back for
YouTube as
saving
well.
my
Look
friend.
At that. Say hello to the man
Wait.
himself.
Zelda, when did you get here? Sob.
Hey,
Back here.
deal breaker. Hello,
Things are
good
going,
sir.
dude, things are going pretty good. October is a busy month all of a sudden, but things are going good.
That's good.
You're all right, son. Look, we can easily go outside now. Sob. No. You're safe, child. There's nothing to be afraid of.
To get you on this month.
Poor kid's frozen to the fins. Too scared for words.
But hopefully. Got it to hope.
Brave horns. How's that?
We'll leave shortly.
Wow, much better. Thank you. River's Aura music is pure oomph. It'll get anyone's fins back in fighting form. Wasn't able to get you on this month. Hopefully for next month if possible. It's more likely as of right now. Aha, your sound was superior. I'll admit it, Drat. That performance was magnificent. Who could have guessed that your music could help one of my people? Don't forget, you helped one of mine, too. Just repaying the debt. I didn't get a chance to say it, but the way you played was great. An honor to hear it. Well, you know, it was nothing, really. It was kind of awkward, isn't it? We never trade compliments. Well, at least they're not fighting. Every now and then, Drat.
That's one. Then
How about
wrong.
we put our squabbles aside and try to help each other out? I was about to say the same thing. Feel like he would have thrown a sweet cheeks in there. Then we're agreed. And when you and I work together, we're a strong tide that lifts all. Man, creating family-friendly content. Enjoy the rest of your night. Good sir. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for the rants. You have a great night, Daramouthe. It's good to see you in chat.
You too, good sir. You too.
What's that? You need us to perform it.
Enjoy the game. All right, on to the next page. Da 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 da. Let's see. Chicken live stream. Yeah, that's a 24/7 stream. I ain't gonna fall for that. Facing the curse. Complete Brendan curse. Ooh, V Rising. I've never Legacy in Castlevania. Interesting. I know it's a vampire game, but I've never played it. I Oh, there he is. Oh, look, he's awake. Shh, everyone is awake. He's awake, everyone. Shh. He's here. Shh. He's here. Shh. Don't. We already talked about him too much. He's here. I don't know if I should or not. I don't know if you guys can see this one over here. Oh, that's too funny. Oh man. I don't know if I wanna click on it. Oh man. That's too funny. You know what? We're just gonna do it anyway. I'll make sure it's not a 24/7 stream, so let's make sure it's not 24/7 stream. It doesn't even seem to be active.
Okay, let's see if I can rejoin.
Okay, they're active.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
I think I've had that before.
Oh, they are active. Okay, let's go.
You guys can still hear me, right? On stream or in chat?
Oh, gosh dang it.
If I can't see you because you're in a bush, Wookie, I'm going to just shoot the bush until you die. Yeah.
Hello? Ooh, that's a little loud. Yeah.
The problem with the Bushwickies and
this is mostly for Friday.
Until they get the first.
This is mostly for
Damn,
Friday,
someone jumps in
and not
for
every Friday because
first-time
family stuff,
chatter.
holidays.
No,
So
we
it's just
can't hear you.
it's
If you were the
this
only
is a
person in
30.
this stream, I'd be
It's
freaking
31.
the fuck out right
Number
now,
31.
dude.
So it's been 31 Fridays I've done this. And the
don't
first
know
one
what
was
to
like
do.
called
No,
Mini
you
Rumble
can't
Raid,
hear
but
you.
I changed it to forward. So it's been 31
Yeah,
different
but you
Fridays.
know when you're like freaking out about something?
No, I don't know that. I'm always confident.
Bongo just got what you said. Did you watch the Batman, the new Batman with Robert Pattinson?
Well, chat,
Did you not watch it?
I'm not gonna
I don't know Batman.
I'm not gonna tell you to, but if you
IRL
wouldn't
names.
mind,
Robert Pattinson.
blast the chat. Just blast the chat. Blast their chat.
I don't
In a
know
good way.
them by names.
All right, have a good one,
watched The
you
Dark
guys.
Knight.
Tim's just dumb.
Yeah, have a good one.
Moving on.
Oh yeah, I watched this movie. Yeah, I know them by their first and last name. I know
No,
their
not
kids'
every
names
stream.
now.
I just pick a random.
No, I just
one
like the
from-
movie. I just watch it. No, fuck
From
me.
it.
Why would I care?
Oh yeah, the guy who did Twilight.
Okay, I've never watched Twilight.
I've it's always
Wow,
been a
you're
random
lame, dude.
stream.
I'm
never,
not a
never
girl.
every
You're not
stream.
in your teenage years.
Dude, that's crazy.
What do you mean?
That's wild.
And again, when
That's
Chris
crazy.
and Vlad
I'm
did
not
it,
a
they had to show
teenage
your
girl.
face and all that stuff.
Why
I
would
don't
I
care
watch
if you don't show
Twilight?
your face or not.
That's a good movie. dude.
Acknowledgement
What do
is
you
sort of
mean?
50-50.
What do
Doesn't
you
matter
mean?
either way, but I don't stay very
What's how
long.
good films
If you don't,
are-
so
it's because
if you
it's
want to
like
keep me in your
you're
chat,
a
you
boy,
gotta at least,
that's crazy,
you know,
dude.
whatever. But
You know what you need to do?
we
Get
won't stay very
educated.
long. We'll leave at 58.
You sound
We're
like a
having
guy
movie
that's
now. We're
watched
gonna watch all
Twilight.
3.
Hey, John. Welcome, sir.
Thanks, Daramouthe.
You're welcome.
Doing your Rumble give back stream again. I see you. I see you. Who's right behind us? Mastering Rumble. That's quite a name there.
Gotta correct him.
That light needed to go.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
I believe it, dude.
Just because of you, I took my anger out on that light.
Also, they've
Yeah,
heard
did you watch Harry Potter, or is that considered girly things?
Of course I watched Harry Potter. Like a year ago.
I did just recently watch all of the Harry Potter movies.
Harry Potter.
I think I saw the The one where they go underwater and swim.
That's number
Can't
4.
remember the name. The challenges one.
There he is.
And then
He's just waiting.
hold on,
to come
Goblet of
in.
Fire.
He's just waiting. He's waiting for his turn.
yeah.
Guess what? Guess what? Robert Pattinson was also in that movie.
Yeah.
Who's
number
that?
4.
He's the one that died.
The guy who died at the end of the corn
Yeah, the
maze.
wizard. The
Duh,
wizard that died.
the not Prisoner of Azkaban, but number 4 was the Goblet of Fire. That's right. Number 4 was Goblet of Fire, and that's where Robert Pattinson
I don't
died.
think I've watched that Batman because I don't remember him playing
All
Batman.
right. Well, we did get acknowledged. Hey, Pops, how are you, good sir?
I've seen like 2 Batmans, I think.
All right. Well, we did get acknowledged, everyone. But
You should watch it if you haven't seen it. You should. It's the Batman.
It just
You
feels
should watch
weird watching a movie by yourself. Like, what do I need to get my roommate to sit down with me and watch a movie?
Yeah, probably.
That also probably feels.
Come
I
on.
need Evan to come over.
No, Evan's not allowed to come over.
boom.
I need another sheltered child to help me.
I don't even know what this game is, to be honest. But anyway,
What?
we out. All right. All right, on to the next page. Page number 8. Is Abe going to be in our stream? At 8 p.m. Yes. At 8 p.m. Eastern, he's coming on. That's the time we scheduled for. Right now, it's just been the pay it forward stream. I mean, he's welcome to hop in now if he'd like, but I'm sure he's gonna wait till 8 p.m. because he you're not gonna save the best for last, right? He's gonna be like, oh, hello everyone. Yes, I am the important one. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, whatever. Look, if Abe wasn't doing this thing all week, where he's like, look, well, I'm gonna be on Friday. Hey, I'm gonna be on Friday. Hey, I'm gonna be on Friday. Oh goodness, but he's a good egg. He's a good egg nonetheless. A good egg nonetheless. All right, so we've already been here. All right, we've already been to Chronos. We don't go touch his stuff again. Right? Maybe I do after the stream, but it's only just to stop by to say hello. Never. It is what it is. Let us stop at Coast. Actually, no, let's do this one. Scavenger action. Let's make sure it's not a 24/7 stream first, though. 2 hours. Okay, so we're good. We're good. We're good.
I am honored to meet you.
Gosh damn.
Let me introduce myself.
Please go on.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Jean-Claude
I heard you need help with properties. I've heard about your skills to craft weapons. Now, nothing inspires my lads to shed my enemy's blood that feel a really well-made blade in their hands.
Blah, blah. Blah, blah,
What do you want
blah.
exactly? Dagger. Good shaped light dagger. That hide under their clothes so the guards won't notice them.
Hey, there he is, Jack Tarlad. How are you do, good sir? How are you?
All right, I'll
good sir?
Hello, fellow Rumbler.
Hey,
Hope you're
Daramouthe.
having a great day and an even better weekend. Have fun.
I intend to. Were you up to anything today? Or are you just stopping by? And of course, thanks for the 2.
Come on, spell! Spell, you fool!
I offer you my...
Problem?
There. Move for future reference.
Oh, I feel like we've had this conversation, Daramouthe.
There we go.
I'm gonna stick with Dare.
There you go. Hold on. I'm gonna spell that wrong. I don't know. I'm getting confused. Hold on. Hold on.
Talk.
Spell it.
I mean, I keep horses on me all the damn time.
There we go. It's Friday. What?
Yes, I'm going around to doing my pay it forward right now.
Oh. Thank you, Dare.
Dara is fine.
Dara's fine. All right. Thanks,
Oh,
Dara.
He has the thing too where you press.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna have this conversation again. I could have sworn we had it in the past. That or had this conversation with somebody very similar.
It's fine. It's a okay.
But have fun making the rounds.
It's fine.
Eh. Varric, Dara, Elda, all moving around.
Boom, 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 boom. We were noticed. Okay, now we out. Now we out. All right. Hope you're behaving yourselves over there on the YouTube side. I don't have to. I don't have to have my many. I don't have to have my many mods account for themselves. Oh, it's too funny. Oh goodness. Okay. Let's get serious. It's serious time, chat people. All right. Okay. So on page 7, it's looking like we got some ability. All right, we got some choices to choose from, but Mario Party. Okay. 7 Days to Die live stream. All right. I don't do the political stuff much, just because I'm not political in any sense of the word. But I do try to stay away from the 24/7 stuff. So let's see. I don't. You know what? After the whole lo-fi girl thing, a lot of people copy that. It's weird. Well, I guess it just is a high form of a flattery. I guess I don't know. I don't hear you, Ed. Well, he's not in yet. Jack. He's not in yet. We mentioned 8 p.m. Eastern, so he might come in. Never. Now, young lady, you hear here. All right, you watch it, okay? Otherwise, I'll have. That's true. That is true, Mr. Mastering Rumble. It is true. Abe, haha. That's yeah. You laugh at young lady, but I'm keeping my eyes on you. Tommy, keep an eye on her. She's messing up over there. She's got a little trouble. She's got some trouble in her eyes. I see it. All right. On to the next. He's not in yet. Wait, what? Hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa. Save it for the ladies, all right? Save it for the ladies. Oh, wait, you are a lady. Never mind. I should have gone and checked her. Like, hey, ho, hey. He's not in yet. That's what she said. That's true. That is very true. I'd pull up a Michael Scott gift, but I don't have that ability. Well, I do, but I haven't uploaded it. So I have to find where I can get one of those. But anyway, back to the real thing. Let's do this one. Let's do this zoo crappo lapo mapa brapa. I think it's fine. Hey, miss. Oh, come on. I can spell. And I do this. Oh. Make it work now. I'll make it work now. Okay, hold on. Ah! And boom. And boom.
Oh, Dartmouth. Hey, sorry, I just now saw it. I just got the message. Welcome. Yeah, my chat wasn't working. So I had to refresh it.
Oh, no.
Hey, Riddlesticks. Hey, Popsy. Hey, Kevin.
She saw us. Hold on.
Thank you, everybody. Right, wasn't working. Thank you for the $2. Daramouthe.
Oh, she got it right.
All right.
So, zoocosis? Ugh.
What we got?
Oh, I did.
I got the trolley on. Yes, I got the trolley on. I got the food.
I never
on.
played this game. It looks like a zombie maker game.
Next enclosure. Zebra.
Oh. Ooh, scary. Ooh.
Zebra.
Booga 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 boo. Booga booga boo. Booga 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 boo.
Now I've got the. Now the chat is broken.
Couple 14th. Ooga booga ba. Booga ba.
Okay, sound alerts all the way up. So hopefully I'll hear it this time. Where were we at? Zebra. All right. Zebra. Herbal and vegetable.
Why did it capitalize that area?
I need 1 herb and 1 veg.
I'm gonna do.
Got 9. So
cut the bin in half. Arrivederci.
No, not 8.5. 4.5.
Arrivederci.
Hey, thank you. Going off the spreads love. Thank you for the 3. Thank you. Very appreciated.
You're welcome.
So that's 3.
2 times that. Need to cut off 1 kilogram. I don't know, kilogram. Oh, that's no. Nope, I'm out. Nope. Nuh-uh. I didn't see nothing. She said it right. Well, I think she sort of said it right. I can't remember what she said. I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to look at the game. I was trying to pay attention to you guys more often, but you know, all that good stuff. Hey, there's Alpha. Tortoise live cam. Goodness sake, all these live cam stuff. I'm scared and hungry. Well, let's see about this. This looks like a VTuber one.
Cool.
Oh. Ooh, it's a buff owl.
I'll save and rest here.
He's a buff
Tails.
owl. Oh crap, that's wrong.
Nice.
That's wrong. That's hilarious. A buff owl.
Just gonna steal this guy's bed.
Steal his bed.
I wonder what would have happened if I had gotten like the wrong thing with that guy in the room. Would we both get attacked, or would he attack me?
Steal his bed.
Oh, thank you for the $2, Daramouthe.
Oh gosh.
Hello, fellow Rumbler. Hope you're having a great day and an even better weekend. Have fun. Thank you. I appreciate the $2, my friend. I hope you have a great day yourself and a better weekend.
For future.
Piece of raw meat.
Ref.
And a torch. Haven't need to use the torch yet. Hopefully, I might not need to, considering this is like the basic difficulty.
Whenever he talks, his neck just goes out of whack.
There seems to be someone inside the Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden. He has big
Daramouthe for future reference. Oh, okay, sorry for mispronouncing the name. Daramouthe. Daramouthe. Very interesting name.
I know I made it.
Oh God!
Oh, I think I gotta plug my light in. Hold on, guys. I gotta plug my light in.
Well, I found the trotter.
Okay.
Oh, Dara's fine too? Okay.
There you go. Now I'm bright.
Shit.
Like the sun.
I mean, he doesn't look all that threatening. I can probably beat him.
Spread the love to others. Enjoy.
I'm bleeding. Fuck. Oh, wow. One hit.
All right. Let's go. All right. Thank you for that. Sorry, I'm a tool sometimes. What? You are not a tool. I mean, can you be used as a shovel? Can you be used as a rake? Can you be used as a weapon? I don't think so. For goodness sake! All right, see, that's how good I am. People are like, he rhymed. He actually rhymed. I said yes, because I can. Yeah, and the higher we go, the more less we'll see of, actual stuff. So there's not really much to go on here, to be honest. Well, let's stop. Let's stop with the Zelda Majora's Mask one. I haven't seen a Majora's Mask in a long
Before
time.
you leave that area, check behind that slide.
He's lurking.
Wasn't that where we found him?
No, you found him behind that tree.
Okay.
Behind that tree, y'all. Behind that tree. Now do a little.
Okay, now we know where the other ones are.
Gosh, I can't spell. Can't spell.
Hey, Daramouthe, dude.
Woo! He's jammed.
Thank you, man. Hopefully everything's going well for you. We just chasing kids. Things are getting a little Deku nuts around here. Oh.
He's the one who came up with Rumble.
Thank you, man.
Square,
Always try to pop into some of your streams every now and then.
Hey, Kansa, how you doing?
So keep up the great work yourself.
I try.
Oh yes, you guys are talking about Rumble on Rumble, and I was thinking, like Rumble squared, or like it was almost like a square up, but which doubles as a word, square up, squared. So I thought it was great.
The what is it? Logo.
That takes me back to where we just were.
Yep.
For it.
You're pretty good for a Deku scrub. If only you were human. Then I could give you a normal bomber's notebook and make you a member. What the hell, Poops? What are you doing?
Old school Zelda.
Trying to start a train.
Start a train, a 2-train. Well, the reason why you could rant $2 is because of Daramouthe. Because they took it away on Rumble for a little bit. And he brought it up and they brought it back, so.
It was an
Awesome.
accident, though. It wasn't intentional that they did it. So there is that. But
Once I'm not streaming 6 to 7 days a week, Daramouthe, maybe I'll come join you for one of your streams. I don't know how interesting I'll be, but I'll try.
Chanel for
Once you get to look
it
at
was
the
intentional.
gang, and a boy, we ever regret it. Sorry, but I'll try to teach you the code. It's just a promise. I can tell you only once though, so pay close attention.
Be ready.
21543.
Mm-hmm.
That should be easy. Remember, 21543.
21. 5. Troy Polamalu.
No, Greg, they did an update to the UI, and the $2 and $1 donation just happened to not be a part of it, and it was a mistake, and they fixed it because Daramouthe brought it to light. So, yeah, it got fixed. That's all that matters. Let's see. Can I get that heart piece of the Deku kid?
Nope.
Okay.
I'll be able to climb.
Hold on, one more thing.
But Daramouthe is willing to bring up issues, so that's good. He pays attention to this stuff. No, 2 1 2. Wait, 2 1. 1 2.
Hold on.
5.
Sorry.
Play Palomalo.
That's 2-1. Okay.
Just couldn't think of a famous number 21 for the Steelers.
Apply on. Come on, spell.
Bomber Society, Justice Forever. Still on vacation, Dale? Well, glad to spend a little bit. You ever pop in for a second or pop in for a bit and say hi?
Flashbacks. Oh, yeah.
Dale always shows up.
I almost thought he said Hall for a second. I was like, what?
You know what I have to do to 22, but I was an old wrestling. What? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't just me.
Understandable. So you guys pay attention to that kind of stuff, which is good because or not only do you pay attention, but you're willing to bring it, bring attention to it. I spend too much time thinking, oh, what the hell am I going to play next?
So normal spirit is going to be on 11/23.
I never thought to shoot him with a bubble.
Wait, what?
But I never thought to shoot him with a bubble.
What you do, spin attack it or avoid it?
Yeah, I always just spin attack him.
What does Tattle have to tell me?
Tattletale. Yeah, this is
telling me to hurry my ass up is what he's doing. She.
Props.
So I'll wait see if he answers this one. If not, there we go.
Oh, is it he?
11/23/24. Oh, I gotta find out what day of the week that is.
Saturday.
It's a Saturday. All right. I'll probably be 6 hours into a stream or 7 hours into a stream whenever you start that. So I'll stop by. Hell, maybe you'll be lucky. Maybe I'll raid into it. It's a scarecrow. Yo, hey, baby, I'm a silent scarecrow. Wandering in search of pleasant music.
We've stayed long enough. I'll try not to stay too long. What was trying to say? Trying to get all wickety wackety yo. Wickety wackety yo. Alright, we are on page 4. Of course, you see some people moved up and all that stuff. But I digress. The more we move up, the more ridiculous it gets and all the. So yeah, I know, I understand the people's things about the political and whatnot, but at the end of the day, there are some people on here not making political stuff, and I show that at times. Let's stop at JFG. JFG!
Where are you? Show yourself!
Why did Rose come to be? Was it because of her parents? And you are truly a special case. But I've learned all I can. Your worth as a lab rat.
Oh, he must be playing the
Coward.
Resident Evil game.
Come on and face me!
Face me! I didn't know Arnold was in this game.
Your death will come quick. You will join the Megamycetes records.
Blood politics. Yeah, I know, but still, there are people.
I will make
making
sure
live
to
stuff and
sample your
stuff.
blood for later. Once dawn
Hey,
breaks,
listen!
the ceremony will be complete, and I will become her true mother. Bow!
3 years too long. You've gone too far. Christ.
It looks pretty rough down there. How are you planning on reaching the objective?
First, we're gonna have to take that thing out.
Got your back, boss. Let's get to work.
Everyone watch for hostile bioweapons.
Roger.
There we go. I was a little behind, so we don't sleep. That's gonna be a theme song from now on. We don't sleep. just waiting to see if he says something.
How's your night been,
Make
bro?
contact with a group of hostile bioweapons.
There's more than we thought. Watch out.
They're just awesome like that. Yeah, everything is awesome. Everything is part of a team, whatever that song goes, and all that stuff.
Western route is clear. Moving out.
Roger that.
Abe, if you're already in the chat, you might as well come in. It's already almost time anyway. So, we'll once we get through the pages, first round, we'll do maybe 3 or 4 more, and that'll be it.
BSAA craft spotted. 2 guards.
The worst evil
I can
resident
take
ever. Ever. Blaze not. No, if you want to do something silly. I always do something silly. Me. Tonight, I'm going to suck. And he says, suck your blood. Yeah.
Going well, just doing my pay it forward stream. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
You to my seat.
That's
Welcome to
probably where
Resident
my
Evil
head is.
8, The Village.
Let's go.
Glad to do so. Get her done. So do I just press join? Yeah, you press the link and then you press it. I know you won't show your face, but you can just press the allow or whatever. And then after you have those allowed, the camera and mic or whatever you want, then you just press join and just let me know if you have any issues. Do what I can. Do what I can for little people.
Hey, boss, it's me. I'm at the location preparing for support fire.
He looks like Steven Seagal and a pretty lady.
Under here. Leaving some supplies in one of the houses, Captain.
Anyway, all right. So there's that. Yarn Witch, get her done. Oh, look at all those smiley faces he gives. Look at all those smiley faces. We appreciate all those smiley faces here. All the smiley faces. We could stop there. Probably will stop there, to be honest. Now the Krigler show. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N P Q R S T U V W S Y and Z. All right, there we go. All right, let's do that. Is he gonna be singing 90s music? Oh nope. Nope, he probably has already ended it. Anyway, let's go to here.
Up. You're gonna lose a finger one of these days, bro.
No, she's too gentle for that. She's a good girl. 4, on the other hand,
I spy some bearded.
Chaotic wants you to do some ASMR,
Guys.
dude.
I just did.
So
Didn't I with the surround sound? No, I don't know. I can't do ASMR anymore. I'm not good at it. I am definitely not good at ASMR anymore.
my accent does not work for ASMR. All it does is make
Bibbidi
people
bobbidi
laugh.
boo boo. I spy some weird guys in suburban too. That's right. That's how I do it.
Fill your
That's how I play
bags
that game.
with groceries. You want to go to the store and fill your bag with groceries? Eh?
Oh goodness. What the heck?
I gotta go take off, eh?
Oh yeah, okay.
They're doing a little Canadian there, huh?
Don't you know?
Oh, that's the
Daramouthe. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. I spy some bearded guys in some bourbon too. What's up, Daramouthe? Long time no see. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Could you put the cheese in the refrigerator, eh?
Have another.
TZ looks so amused right now. Look at him.
He was my favorite.
He was my favorite. Oh shit.
You forgot the don't you know.
Don't you know?
Don't you know? Beards and bourbon sounds like a good
know?
Yeah, sort of what their name is. It's Yankee.
That's awesome. Glad your schedule is filled up there, buddy. Oh man. Where is Duck and KD? Says Wisco Robin. Well, KD, I don't know. He was he's working. Oh, that ask and you shall receive. There's Crazy Dude. Thank you very much, sir.
Where's the dude? The dude's here?
And well, he just gave a very generous Rumble rant. He said, "Bitches, come out."
Wait a second. Erica from Sarcastica. My mama is single.
Yeah. Yo, what up, UB? What up? Look at the man. Look at the man.
Is she?
There you go.
Hey, his wife does come on sometimes.
So there answers your. There's the answer to your question. There's Crazy Dude Wisco, and Duct Tape is sleeping. He said he was not going to be able to make it tonight at all because he had an early morning.
And I just see
Yeah, Duct Tape pushed out on your drive home, right? Heard he pulled the vag muscle.
He needed a man palm. I guess everyone's getting the vid over there again, so he has to work early tomorrow to fill shifts because everybody's out sick with the vid.
Oh, the vid's going around?
I guess.
Nice.
UB Legend, what is going on, brother? I have not seen you in a hot flipping minute, brother. I don't know if I ever saw you in one of my lives, but you were one of the first people I subbed to on Rumble, sir. I remember the day that we pushed you over. I forget what the number was that day. Do you remember, TZ?
It was 400.
Was it 400? We pushed him over 400 that day. That's awesome. Daramouthe, great dude who does what he does well. Have a great rest of your night. Be well, you all. Well, thank you very much, Daramouthe. I do appreciate that. Appreciate it very much. Oh, you meant UB Legend. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but I do agree that about UB Legend as well. He was one of the first people.
There we go. Beer bits and bobs. There you go. Daily.
Yes, sir. Go piff it. Yes, sir. UB Legend. Yeah, I know you hadn't been in before, but I have definitely been in your chat, and I remember that day well when
he's in the back end.
When we rallied the troops and pushed you over your milestone you were looking for. I think TZ said it. Thought it was 400.
All right, we said hello. No, Abe is in the back. Shh. We're just being very quiet. Shh, shh. He's like a silent animal. It's like National Geographic. You just have to wait till he's ready. Just give him his room. Give him his room, everyone. We don't want to scare him. He's like a wild antelope. We don't want to scare him. Yeah, it's really just it's basically either 24/7 stuff or political stuff. So yippity dippity dippity da. Pocket watch. Oh, bright inside.
The tourism places has all been restored. The other parts are far more ancient because they've been destructed. What you don't realize is that they have all these ports for the arrow slits, and they're all facing inwards rather than outwards. So the Great Wall was said, we were taught, it's still being taught, that it was meant to keep people out. But the evidence shows it was to keep people in. So the arrow ports are all facing inwards. That's one thing. But number two, Mike Collins
notices. I mean, he's
literally scaled the wall from the outside in easily. Whereas the outside,
that's like 5 pounds.
You can't scale the wall from the inside out.
5
And I'm like, wait a
pounds
second,
sterling.
say this again. You're telling me that there's vast areas of the Great Wall of China that you can get in from
we'll
the
take
outside
a
in,
minute,
but
Mark.
not the inside out?
It is. What
He's like, yes.
Stasis,
and he sent me photos.
Right,
and
tonight,
I'm like,
Abe
and I
is
saw it
unleashed
firsthand
from
with
the
photos.
Stasis
I'm like, oh
Abe.
yeah, you could climb over
So,
that from the outside in.
compared to here,
So like, this is the
Englishman
rabbit
go
hole.
wild.
When I look at the fact that the authorities within
and
China
Stasis still
aren't
hasn't
allowing
responded
all of
back
their
for when you
pyramids
come
to be
on.
documented by the public, they're keeping people out. I have got some pushback on this. Some areas people have said that some have claimed to be kept from the public are not. So this requires further investigation on my end to be like, okay, are there any pyramids where the public is not allowed to go document and visit?
Oh goodness, that's gonna be.
And it appears to be the answer is yes, but I'm trying to figure out which ones are and which ones aren't because that's part of the investigation. But that is the rabbit hole that I've been going down. Hold on, I got a scratchy throat. Let me hit the mute button for just.
He's got a scratchy throat. But anyway, all right. Well, it's the 2-minute mark, so we didn't answer.
Thank you. I don't want you guys to hear me gulping down anymore.
I don't pay
One
for
second.
that.
I want to go on to some more comments here. Let's see here.
That's a super chat. That's not a comment. What kind of?
The Sahara was a jungle and the fruit of the world. I
All
won't
right.
be surprised if it's the Garden of Eden.
All right. Well, we stop by. But anyway, it is a free show. Abe, are you even back there? Yeah, he's live. Abe, I know you can hear me. Is Abe responsive in the chat? His beard is majestic. Whose beard? Oh, you guys are okay. You guys are freaking me out. All that stuff. All right. Yes. All right. Well, you're allowed to at least turn on your mic if you want to. Goodness sake, it's not like I'm stasis. I'm not going to drown you out. Goodness sake.
Well, you never know.
Yeah. Yes, I'm going to be like stasis to you, and you're not going to talk at all at any point, at any time whatsoever. You're just going to be in the background.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah.
I just love it when it's Tommy's show and it becomes Stasis's show. It's like, whose show is this really?
We even said that on the last Chinwag, in that Stasis will start talking and then Hanayama will start talking. And that's the 3-hour show over.
Okay, Hanayama. All right, don't get me wrong. That dude can go. Okay, I know.
Hanayama was the one who said it.
At least he's honest. Stasis can't even be honest about it.
No.
You ever hear that man be honest about how long he talks? No.
Nope.
No honesty at all. But anyway, we're gonna do 3 more people. And since you're here, you can I'll let you choose a person that looks good to you. We'll probably go to different pages, not very much. Well, I mean, you have the human experience. We don't know if that's a full one. So let me do one just to show you. I mean, you've probably been watching, but let me just show you how it works. I gotta see. Okay, let's see if it's live. Oh, it is live. Okay.
Fuck, I got my ass handed to me on that match.
That was a great time to join.
All right, I gotta win.
Yes. Especially when it comes out and say I got my butt handed to me. I was like, oh all right. Now, whether he sees it or not, it's whatever. You let Hannah. you let Hannah and Stasis talk. They. Yarny is having issues with her iPad. You can see the comment things pulled up at top. If you don't know.
Yeah, I think they should start their own show, just those two.
Yeah.
And every single show would go for like 36 hours.
Let me tell you in a second.
Non-stop.
I believe it. I'm not even gonna doubt it. All right. Well, we'll give him till like the 10:30 mark. Because man, this game is old. Goodness, what? 64. That's like early, late 90s, is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. It's been a long time. Okay. I'm not much of a gamer anymore. I will confess to that. But yeah, it's funny how you can go back to early games and just see how low the polygon count is compared to now.
Yeah, and the aspect ratios.
Oh yeah. Oh, you remember
come on, man.
CRTs and all that stuff? Goodness sake.
There's no way.
Big chunk TVs you had to carry. Ugh.
Superman 64 was probably one of the worst games on that console.
Oh. That's insane. All right. Well, he didn't notice, but that's okay. It's not about getting noticed. It's just about paying up for it. All right. Let's see if I can find a good page. At least you have some options. So that's not very optional. Let's get you a page with more options because you'll have some people that move. Oh gosh, I will have to stop there. But anyway, all right. Let's go to another page because I'm going to come back to that. At least once you'll be able to choose one. But I gotta give you a good stuff to choose from at least because some of these I am not so sure. I'm pretty sure this might be a good one. Oh gosh, dang it! Why isn't 24/7 streams? All this other stuff. It's just horrendous. So you got two right here. I haven't been to. Maybe no, that's 24/7. Never mind. Gosh, dang it! Well, there's a third one I haven't been to. Do it yourself. I don't know about that. Oh, Tomb Raider. Oh, I may be worried about. It says full movie. That might be a 24/7 stream. All right. So what one of these three would you choose? Would you choose this one, that one, or that one? At least it's more than just one.
Go for the one on the right.
This one? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go for that one. Okay. Abe has chosen. We do, as Abe says. Okay.
Here.
Okay.
I can get up there.
That's the kind of power you don't want because you've never had it before. He said I could choose. Oh, thank you, Lord.
Might want to eat though.
Yes. I've never been in this position, dear Lord. Oh.
Yeah, and I've already exceeded my 8-word limit.
I saw that.
Oh, goat.
Oh, goodness. Oh, there we go.
Hello, fellow Rumbler. Hope you're having a great day and an even better weekend. Have fun. Daramouthe, thank you, and thank you for the $2 Rumble brand. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a great weekend, too.
I'm going to correct.
And I hope you had a good week.
I'm starting to think that a lot of people have never
Maybe
even heard of
I can
Vermouth.
glide from here.
What'd you say? No,
I would kind of wish to be a little bit higher, but
oh, okay. I'll
give it a shot. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Again?
Well, me.
Honey.
Yeah, you were saying something.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that people have never heard of Vermouth because that's what it's based off, right? The same sound.
It's not gonna give me enough
it's
lift. Ooh!
Wow, that was.
Ouch. Wow. I hit the wrong button. I died. Oh well.
Future reference for.
We are not far from base, so I'm not worried about it.
Is fine. Yeah, I'm wondering if they've ever even. It's an alcoholic drink. Do people not drink anymore? I mean, that'd be great.
I am going back to that
what
stuff.
Can I do? Hey, Flip City Magazine, how are you, you wonderful lady? The wonderful lady that makes magazines.
I accidentally hit the right mouse button when I was gliding.
For future reference, or Dara is fine too. Let's see what she.
Daramouthe for future reference, or Dara is fine too. Well, thank you.
I think at this point you may as well just keep that
Daramouthe.
copy and pasted in a document, so you don't have to.
I don't remember that.
Time.
I will remember
like
Dara.
Work my fingers there, Abe. That's probably the worst.
We're not that far away.
You
So
gotta keep them nimble.
about it. We'll just go get that
Oh
stuff.
Lord, I shouldn't have said that. You're welcome. All right, there's one group I want to stop by before we end the stream though, not end the stream, but end pay it forward.
What did we lose? Any?
All right, I've gotta go back, and I every time they're on, if they're live, I do like to where'd they go? I do like to there they are. I do like to positively troll them a bit, as the kids would say. So this oops.
Positive trolling.
Yeah,
everybody
I mean,
loves that.
This is just a nice little thing. Square Enix occasionally does.
Oh yeah,
nice.
You've never heard of it.
Should be embraced.
No. I'm
When they do
totally innocent.
Reward
them when they do a
yeah,
good
sure
thing.
you are. All right,
Pat the hand when they're bad
everyone on
and
the
pat the
YouTube
head when
side,
they're good.
everyone
Exactly. So let's
on the
segue into the
Rumble
next
side,
thing.
if you wouldn't
this
mind,
right here.
this is
Game
the only one
journalist
I'll ask.
Panic
Rant incoming.
I know I've asked Blast the chat, but really,
Well, I
if
don't know
you
if there's
guys
going to be a
would blast
rant,
this
but
one.
well, no, wait, Meg's probably
Let's
going to
do a
rant.
little,
Anyway,
have a little fun.
That's what I do, y'all. That's why I'm here. I am
like
here
doing
for
it.
this.
So I
Let's
ran
have a
into
little
this post here, and I Jordan's one of those professional games journalists, right?
Journalist?
Journalists, whatever. But anyway, so I ran across this post.
What's this show?
I now know who Vera Dark is. Didn't know beforehand. Vaguely think I kind of maybe heard of a name somewhere.
Oh, she's
Maybe
cool
we
people.
covered a thing she said or something in the past. But
Yeah, I used to watch her stuff. Way back
anyway,
when.
so she's got this tweet here. And this game journalist should be required to live stream and upload a complete unedited playthrough of a game on their
Hey,
social
Dara.
in order to continue receiving review codes from publishers.
Oops, crap.
This allows the audience to see their authentic
on, read it.
reactions and
Read it.
ensures transparency.
Oh, he's
It
saying
also
right.
holds
He's saying right.
journalists accountable, ensuring they actually
Oh.
play the entire
Oh.
game before writing
Oh,
and
that's
releasing
great.
a
That's
review.
great.
I
Uh,
concur.
I
Hey,
will-
Dara's in the chat, man.
Yeah,
too,
and
Miss
if
Chris,
that
you
doesn't
too.
actually announce that it's a dono, I can't click over to look at it.
Oh.
Dara with the $2 dono.
That's right.
Hello, strangers. What's this show about? Right now, it's about journalists panicking about transparency.
Hold on.
But yeah.
It's about gaming
He's
with the
gonna
side
make
itself
it.
and many topics in gaming that
Make-
deserve self.
He's gonna make.
We are
hold on,
mining.
the chat, and
How
he's
you
gonna
doing, man?
make
Mining those mines.
Oh crap!
Oh,
What's
but,
the- oh, and the
yeah,
chat, and he's
so-
gonna make it
This sparked a big thing.
trouble. A
It
trouble.
did? A big thing? Because I mean, I saw a little bit on it.
Sometime.
It was a big thing, or at least it was a big thing for me because I made one little post about it, and it just was banging off constantly of people bending over
I know
backwards.
it's silly, but it's funny.
Now,
Really jumping through those, really doing those acrobatics.
Oh, it's 3. Ah.
That's crazy, though. I mean, why though? I mean,
Now,
you could say, you know,
I
I
just
don't
want
think
him to
that's
read it.
actually.
Just read it.
Here, the thing is, everybody
Dara's
is
spicy today. What is happening?
He's been infected.
All right, $5 dono from Dara. That's right, Daddy is in chat, and he's going to make it troublesome time. Okay, Daddy.
Oh,
Okay,
I will not. I will not comment.
And
on
immediately
that.
realized I'd probably get you banned, so never mind.
Don't say that then.
Never mind.
Daddy's in chat. Daddy Dara. There we go.
You just know it was a certain provocative sites theme.
Oh, we don't need to go to the hub tonight, Chad. But anyway, apparently people are getting hung up on this upload a complete unedited playthrough.
Throw up.
And they keep
Yuck.
really getting hung up on this whole, you want us to stream 80 hours worth of game? That's going to
Yeah,
get
if
us
you play it,
like
why not?
blacklisted and all this other stuff. And I
think
just
that's gonna
wanted to
work. I
take
think
this for a
that's- I think
second,
that's reasonable
dissect
to
it,
say.
and break it down for a hot minute.
Oh.
This
Let's
idea
play
of
for a few minutes.
journalists.
You want to switch to your
Yeah, but I also like.
Wait, what?
I'm thinking I might need to, but I'm not ranting yet. I'm gonna.
Okay.
It depends on how pissed off I get.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm trying to let it percolate.
Oh, what's wrong, Daddy Dara?
Oh!
$3 dono from Dara.
That
Never mind.
hurt.
Coming from your mouth.
That
Threw up.
hurts.
Yeah.
I gotta hit him hard back.
I'm,
I don't
I'm
know.
sorry. Did you want Chad to call you Daddy? Is that what it is? Chad,
Hold
call
on, I
him
get this
Daddy.
one. Hold on. I don't know.
Hang on a second. Hang on a
you,
second.
are you?
Okay.
Hold on.
Ready?
Yeah.
It
was silent, dude.
We could not hear that.
Okay, my jokes all are broken. Oh, wait. It was
I
the
gotta
voice.
one it up. I gotta
and-
one it up.
It did not come through well at all.
I gotta
Okay.
go back.
Well, I'll just say regularly. Hey, Daddy.
I'm gonna get in trouble.
Welcome to ASMR with
But anyway, so they keep getting hung
Read
up
it.
on this whole
Read it,
game,
Theo.
right, online, and they keep getting hung up on this whole before release date bit too.
Ooh. Ooh.
And this, what'd you do?
Read it, Theo. Read it.
Dono.
Read it.
I don't know. Are you ready to turn around and cough? Anyway,
So you want me to announce donos? Careful what you wish for.
You can
Come
read
on,
the
come
donos
on.
for me for now.
Come on,
Okay,
Theo.
prepare to be interrupted.
But anyway, so they get hung up on all that stuff, right? And the idea of games journalists actually uploading their playthrough is an awesome idea, in my opinion. You know, and they keep bending over backwards saying they can't do it. It's impossible. It's a thing, and it's like nobody wants you to break.
Okay.
Nobody
Okay,
wants you to break, you know, the embargo.
Okay, I gotta do.
And it's real simple. You have to play the game in order to review it, right?
Yeah.
So when you boot the game, you also boot OBS or something, you know, free software.
I do it to
You don't
them
have to
because
pay
I know
for
I
it.
can do it to them.
Then hit the record button.
Come on, Zio. It only hurts a little bit. Doctor's orders.
I don't think this is better.
This is not better.
I don't think this is better.
You know, I think I'm gonna go back to doing
This is nightmare fuel.
Oh, that was horrible. Anyway, I don't no, stop it.
That's right.
He's like, stop it, I'm scared.
I need an adult.
I am an adult.
We came at an awkward time.
Oh gosh, yes, it is definitely an awkward time tonight. Anyway. Oh, but you know, you hit the record button and then you do everything you normally would as you're reviewing it, right? You play the game, you look at the stuff, you take your notes. When you get done playing the game, you hit end record. And then later,
Well, then we'll end it with something
after, you know, because the review is going to come out before
probably gonna
the
be
game
the first one
releases,
live,
more than
but
likely, because they usually do.
clean all that other stuff
You know,
away.
the review goes up, and you know, considering I'm going to go on a limb and just say that none of these reviewers who do the video ones anyway,
Hey, dashboard.
they don't actually do the video. Like they don't edit or anything. They just record
Have a good night, Dara. I won't read
the
this.
thing.
I'll leave it for Zio.
Hey, Zio, you gotta,
all
Dara's
right.
heading out with the final dodo.
$10 dono from Dara. Glad I made you your last stop of the Pay It Forward stream. Love you guys and enjoy the rest of your night. All right, Dara.
Thanks,
Have a good
Dara.
night.
Bye.
Thanks for stopping
Thanks for the
by.
nightmare
We love
fuel.
you too.
Appreciate it.
We greatly appreciate it. But
Terrorizing
I forgot
again.
what I was
That's
saying.
right, Steven.
Well, so I think
That's
that your
right.
point, he is terrorizing us, Steven. But I would say that it's.
Oh goodness! And that, ladies and gentlemen, whether you are coming in before or now, that is the Pay It Forward stream. Easy, simple to get. I only stop there and do that with them because I know I can. Other people, I don't do that with because if you don't know them, it can turn really badly. But with them, it's just a fun time. So thank you for coming for that, and of course, thank you, Abe, for coming in. I know it's we were still going over a bit, but I'm glad you were able to enjoy that bit. I had to push a button once it went to because he did it back to me, so I had to push a little more, and then I had to go further beyond that. Otherwise, it wasn't going to make the same impact. So had to slap it in there. But no, that's the Pay It Forward stream. And again, guys, I do this almost every Friday. I can't do it on Fridays where yeah, that was great. No, yeah, I'm glad you guys are able to do that because it's hilarious. It's hilarious when I could do it to them. Other people, not so much. Yeah, Steven. Aren't you asleep by now? You're like The Walking Dead at this point. He comes in, right? He comes in, Abe. He comes in chat and he says, "Man, I am tired. I don't know where I've been at or whatever." And he just ain't gonna do this magic. Well, usually, okay, so here's how this works, right? So you say you have a lovely lady, right? And you're trying to do a magic trick, but you tell her to sit down, okay? That's when you do it. That's when you do that magic trick. But it's not a rabbit you pull out. Anyway, take a moment. But yeah, no, I'm glad to be able to stop by them because it gets the big laugh for me anyway. I know it's money for me, but whatever. I get to do it in support of. Stop muting yourself. Goodness sake, you're on here to talk, not be like with Stasis and whatever. Come on, you're free, man. Be free. Be free. Unless you're
Yeah.
not going to talk. But
Maybe I like that cage. I'm not saying anything.
You know what? Okay, whatever. You know what?
I don't have my ball gag in today.
Oh, I knew you. I felt it. I felt you were gonna go for that. I feels like that feeling you get in a scary movie. You know what? You feel the scariness coming. It's like tingle up your spine. Yeah, that's what I felt when you said that. Okay. Let it go. Let it go.
And we've barely started.
Oh yes, it's like with CEO. Sometimes you just have to be gentle about it. But anyway, no, I'm glad to get you on. Because
glad to be here.
Yeah, because of Chinwag, right? A majority of people, they didn't raise their hand, obviously, but because Hanayama doesn't show his face, but majority of people.
I thought you were gonna say he doesn't show something else then.
Well, that's another story for another time. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, that's for the hub.
That's for a rainy day, especially when it's downpouring. But no. When I stopped by for Chinwag, a majority of people kind of, said aye on being on, and I'm glad I'm bringing it all together. Stasis is sort of one I'm waiting on because he had to kind of speak with his lady, and so there was that. But I mean, it's not gonna be this month because I'm pretty much. I mean, here's my month. All right, here's my month. I guess it's upside down. Hold on. I did that mistake with Ryan Rogers earlier. So this is my month right here.
And now it's that time of the month.
But no, this is my month. And we haven't even gotten through the first week yet. Of course, we're up here with Abe and all that. Look at that. I had to capitalize it because he wouldn't stop. So annoying with it. No, that was fine. But yeah, so that's my month of October. And of course, November, I'll have some special things in there. But yeah, I'm really glad to be able to get to talk to a whole assortment of people and returning people as well. Because as you saw, Yarny is coming back on again. She couldn't come on back on last time for obvious reasons, of course, if you guys know. But I'm glad to be able to have her back on because she's a sweet pea when she wants to be. And unless she curses, then she's not so much. And I'm just kind of like, okay, all right. Oh, jeez.
She was particularly spicy the other day.
I can believe it. Gosh, did you see what she was saying? You see what she's saying about her iPad? Hold on.
Yeah, I think it was in Jack's stream last night as well.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, she was going off.
She can say stuff like this. That's when you know. That's when you know she's not so ladylike. So ladylike. Goodness sake. No, but I enjoy having her on all the same. She's a lovely lady. Of course, she's for what she does, right? Because she does the what is the type of thing called? It's a yarn creations or something like that. I can't remember what it's called, but she does all that stuff. And of course, I've had someone else who does that sort of thing, sewing and whatnot, and that's Phoenix Electra. So this thing I do allows me to not only see people in a good way. Yes, of course. Bat winch equation. Yes, of course, in a good way. Because we like having Yarny on, or being known to Yarny. So, but yeah, I've had Phoenix Electra on so that I can have these different people, right? And they'll have some similarities. So, I don't know if you were by that one or not, but the one Dara's Hangout Den that had Tomby in it, and then Alpha in it, that had Panda Sub in it. And these are people that dealt with tech in some way. But I can meet a whole assortment of people and find similarities and have them come together in some retrospect. I don't have to do it like that, but still, it was nice being able to connect it to all of you because you all, including yourself, Abe, are what make this thing happen, right? Like I wouldn't have over 100 different people on as guests if I didn't have all these connections with all these people. I think we all hold back to rage. Look Look, Steve, I think you hold back the rage because you don't have it in you to stay awake at times. That's why.
He's part of the vampire club.
Oh, goodness sake. What you guys don't realize is that that's me holding back. Look, young lady. All right. You don't have to hold. You don't have to hold back on my watch, but you will watch your gamer words. I don't want you going gamer words on it because I know you know them. You're around a bunch of UK people all the time. Yeah.
Just don't be Melanie Mac with it,
Well, Melanie Mac is sort of like the guy who overuses it, right?
Yeah.
In that sense.
She's kind of one of those people that uses a word so much it's almost meaningless.
Yeah. Well, it's that whole woke thing, right? People use it so many times, it becomes racism or sex. Once you use a word past its point of whatever, so it's like the basic one I can give, right, is good, right?
Yeah.
Good morning, good day, whatever. It's sort of a baseline automatic thing because good is just neutral, right? We know good and evil, that sort of thing. But when you say I'm doing good, whenever you ask someone how they're doing, and say I'm good, is that just baseline neutral? And I try to fix it up once in a while. I say fantabulous or something like that. But it people are just like, oh, that's cute. You make up words now.
Well, I think Americans in particular are terrible for overusing the word awesome.
Really?
This is awesome. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
And then at that point, you lose any context for something that actually is awesome.
It's true. It's true. It's sort of what's another good example? It's sort of I think it's sort of how some words were like fads, like how things used to be like, oh, that was so rad or whatever,
Yeah.
What it was. He say watch your game. No, I say watch your gamer words. Steve, the only person I'd say watch your gay words with is you because you're mostly half asleep and I can get away with it.
Yeah.
I also heard gay words. You know what, Miss Christie? You're married, so you know what? Let's go leave it alone. Just gonna leave it alone.
I mean, in all fairness, a lot of words are kind of gay.
It's true. I mean, they're gay itself used to be a word where it just meant happy, and now it's sort of something else. It's gay to be gay. We use it at an awesome amount. Look, look. We need to go back to the real measurement. We need to go back to the real measurement of stuff. Buttload. All right. We need to go back to the real measurement of things. When I say buttload, you say, man, that's a lot. No, that's quite a buttload. But anyway, but like when they overuse the race, again, I said racist, sexist, whatever. They're just some words, as you said, Abe, that just kind of get overused and all that stuff. Game words. Look, Steve, no. Gamer words. You should have, if you wanted to really work it, right? I mean, even I would think Abe would agree with this. If you wanted to do this, you would have said gamer words. You put it gamer.
Gaymer.
Look, I don't know why I have to explain this to a UK or a Brit, whoever you want to call yourselves, but you would think it'd be like right there at the tip of their tongue, at the tip of his tongue. But I don't explain to you. I am a fan of the term buttload. Yes, and it actually was a term of measurement. Or no, wait, not measurement. It was a term of weight. I think it was buttload because it's an old one.
Yeah, I don't think it actually means your rear end.
No.
It was to use a butt for something, but that in of itself has now become something else.
Yeah. Usually a buttload would be like a number 2 or number 3, but we won't talk about that. You can imagine, right? You're out with a friend eating, right? When you said that, it's like when you're out with a friend eating, right? You're like, I have to go use the restroom. and then they come back from it and said, man, that was a huge buttload. I was like, what? What do you mean by by that. It's like, look, dude.
It was like, where have you been eating?
Oh man, either go to a Chipotle's or Taco Bell. Either way, it'll come out quickly.
Like if you go to a Taco Bell, it's definitely going to be a buttload.
Oh. I could just see that. It's like you have someone who's trying to get to the restroom. They've had one bite of their tacos. Like, look, guys, I gotta go. And sometimes those bathrooms in restaurants are just awful. They're just awful. They look like like a crack house or something. They never get clean. They just never.
Yeah,
get
and
clean.
a lot of them have those like inventories on the wall as well of who's cleaned it when.
Oh yeah, yeah, yep.
And that's almost like a list of punishments.
And
this was the person who was punished last.
Oh, yes. Davey had a little accident and he had to clean up the restroom. Great job, Davey. Oh, goodness. I'm not as smart as you guys. Look, Steve, I never said you were a smart man. I just said you gotta think a little harder next time. Just think. It's a very universal term. Yes, everyone should use boatload more often because it's a lot more funnier that way. We say like I'm going to the bog in the UK. What does that mean? I'm going to the bog.
Well, a bog in the British Isles is sort of like a marshy, wet terrain.
Oh, like a marshland is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So somehow that's become I'm going to the bog because it has similar properties and smells to an actual bog.
Yeah. And what does she say? She says, "Buttload while I like it." Sounds very gay. You know what, Miss Christie? You know what? Flip City sounds gay. No, I'm just joking.
What's she flipping?
Hey, Daniel, how's it going? Hey, how's it going, good sir? I can't think aside of you guys. Well, you might want to phrase your words better, all right? I know. Well, if I'm on the road, all right, if I'm on the road, right, and there's a gas station and I have to go, yes, I'm going to use a public bathroom because unfortunately, people frown on you taking your wong dong out while on the side of the road trying to pee. Actually, you kind of get in trouble for it. I think they call it public indecency or something like that. I don't know.
Your long ding dong schlong. Apparently, people don't like that.
Yeah, they don't like when you swing it around like a golf club saying Luke who's the
But especially when you play golf with it.
I just trying to imagine that alone is like, oh, that would hurt. That would hurt. Ouch. Oh, that would hurt.
Well, depends how hard you get.
Oh, that's true too. I can't phrase my words as good as you guys. Look, at this point, all I'm hearing is excuses, not improvement. Okay, even my education is about as good as a rock star, who, you know what? I'm gonna just walk away from that one. Just don't. I didn't say anything. Just I tried something. I failed. I moved on. Gamers, speak for yourself. You know what? Dashboard. I will speak for myself. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I I do speak for myself. I have the big boy pants now. You.
He's got the big boy penis.
No, bad.
Hold on, Stacey's got you in a cage as well. I've never seen you outside of that room.
Oh my goodness. No, but it reminds me of it sort of reminds me of like Lord of the Flies, you know, where they get the conch and the magical conch, and you are the speaker for that conch. I tried to find your channel to sub to, since you have the green helmet. Yeah. Do you have your link to your channel so at least he can find you easier?
What, on Rumble or YouTube?
Well, either. Well, I think it's mostly YouTube because he's mostly on YouTube, but either or works. If you want to do both, that's fine. Because I didn't see a link to your stuff through Twitter X, so I really didn't link him to. So you'll have to give me that in DMs later. But yeah, if you want to do that, go ahead so we can find you a bit easier.
I mean, I basically have no content anyway, but it's always nice to have a new sub.
He wants to follow. Give him an opportunity to follow. Gosh dang. Be out here. Look at the guy. Look at what the guy says. Look at that. Look at it. He says, Abe, I tried to find your channel to sub to you since you have the Green Ranger. Because a Power Ranger. Come on, man. He's a Power. This dude is a Power Ranger fan himself. I've had him on. I know.
Yeah, not a Powerpuff Ranger, just to be clear.
Well, I'd never said anything about Powerpuff. Okay, no, I get the reference, but Power, what was her name? The Green Powerpuff. He had Bubbles. No, Blossom. That's right, Blossom. Blossom was a little hard edge. She would be considered a tomboy for what she was.
Oh yeah,
but not a power bottom either. Look, I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, Dash. No talking about tops or bottoms. It just gets in a weird state of being. Abe. Okay, so Daniel, he put his @ in there. So if you just click on his @ I'll take you to his channel. So there you go.
Do you remember the devil in that show?
Oh, him?
Yeah.
Yeah, him. Oh, of course, yeah. It was a dude that voiced him, and it was pretty interesting because him would be sort of, you have this ethereal voice that he has. So you have a light end, and then you have his dark end, and all that stuff. And I remember him, and then Mojo Jojo. Goodness sake, Mojo Jojo. Mojo Jojo. Powerpuff Girls, you could not stop me. Yeah, I remember that show. It did get a cartoon update, I believe, but it just wasn't the same, right?
No, not at all.
And they tried to do a live action version of that, but that I don't think it went anywhere.
They did actually start shooting it.
Yeah, they started shooting it, but it didn't.
They cancelled it.
Yeah, they canceled it. Because
have you ever actually seen the on-set photos of it?
They did. I did see there were some articles, whatever, showing that, and it was just weird. Some things should stay animation because it worked that way. Let me put it this way: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Improve on it, sure, right? Update the graphics or animation, because animation from the 90s, which I think, or early 2000s, I think was the original Powerpuff Girls, and then you go into the new age where digital and all that stuff. So you could do cell shading, which would be awesome to see in different art styles and whatnot. But yeah, when you just remake in order to make money out of it, whatever, it just no. And Steve says, "Hello Kitty Power Ranger." Look. I'm pretty sure there has been a Hello Kitty Power Ranger, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think it's officially canon to the Super Sentai series, though, somehow.
Mm-hmm. I think the name of the company that owns or created Hello Kitty is Santo, though. Santo. I think that might be right. I might be wrong, but it's one of those things you just kind of grab from memory. But yeah, I enjoyed watching the Powerpuff Girls, and there were some other shows during the cartoon Samurai Jack, obviously.
Yeah.
It did come back, and it was great. At least for the most part of what I saw people say, it was great. And all this stuff. It was just sad you couldn't have the original voice actor of Aku come back because he had passed away. He was in the first Avatar, right?
Yeah. And
all that stuff. And so Mako was his name when he passed away. I think from a form of cancer was the thing.
Oh, damn.
That's a terrifying idea. Yes, it is. It's a terrifying idea when you bring a live action. Now they have done live action animation before. Fat Albert was done a live action movie, and I think
they did a live action Fat Albert.
Oh yeah, they did a Fat Albert live action, and it had what was it? Keenan Kel, I think, as Fat Albert, and then of course it had
Did they just tape them together so that it was all one person?
No. Film 2004. Okay, here we go. That's terrifying. Hold on. Go and then share, and then I got to do this. Okay, here we go. So this Fat Albert was a 2004 live action animated comedy. So it was part animated, part comedy because they go in, they come out. The film acts as a continuation of the series. Fat Albert and the gang leave their 1972 United States cartoon world, entered the 2000s real world to help a teenage girl, Doris Robertson, Kyla Pratt, who's, deal with challenges of being unpopular. The film was released on December 25th, 2004, to generally negative reviews and grossed $48 million against, so it made budget. It made budget, but sort of. But yes, there was a live action, and yes, Kenan Thompson was Fat Albert. And then
I
you had a
did not
bunch.
know that.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't dislike it. I never saw the original animation, but yes, there was a. Here are the other people as well.
I think I've probably seen more Family Guy skits of Fat Albert than I have of Fat Albert.
Plot twist: Aku was Steve from Goozoo's. No, I don't believe that. I wouldn't believe that. Steve is too nice.
Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby appeared at the end, with I think the other.
Aaron Carter.
Where was that?
On the right hand side.
Aaron Carter as Darren, credited as teen. Okay, so he was sort of
Yeah, he died as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did. But Raven Simone was in it. Obviously, that's been a turnout for her.
Yeah.
Ben Diskin. Ben Diskin has been a voice actor for a lot of different animations. He was number one in what was that show? The Kids Next Door? No. Yeah, The Kids Next Door. Yeah. He was the voice of number one in that and did an English voice for that. But yeah, it was just a bring a live action version of a cartoon, old cartoon, and all that stuff. Mush Mouth, Rudy, all that. But yeah,
have you ever seen the Boondocks?
I have heard of it, yes. And the problem they had told to Wokus and demanding you can't call him fat. Are you talking about Fat Albert or Powerpuffs? Because Fat Albert was made into a movie, so
probably both.
Well, it said it ended in 1775. So if the animation ended in 1775, then it's probably because
1775.
Yeah, that it said right there that the animation was from 72. Oh, crap, I'm gonna go back.
Wow, that's a really old cartoon.
Yes, it is.
That must have been a flip book.
I don't give a rat's behind about your Wikipedia. Just have my information. Okay, here we go. So this is the animation original. Oh, okay. So I was wrong. It aired until 1985. So it's about 13 years. Wow. So this is the original Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids, or just Fat Albert. And then, of course, the live action. So they just took a chunk like 72 to 75, but it actually went to 85, which is, what was it? I think it lasted longer than MASH, to be honest. Or, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. MASH
and that was on forever.
MASH was on for 11 years. Do I have to type in the stinking Masha and the Bear? No, I don't want that. There we go. MASH, there we go. The series.
Yeah, the term Cosby Kids kind of hits different now, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Older cartoons tend to be good. Yeah. I mean, our viewpoint is different now because of Cosby himself. Hey, that's right, Jack Tarlight. He got that hey. But no, MASH was from 72 to 83. So yes, actually it lasted longer than MASH. That is fascinating.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And MASH, and the 11th season for MASH was unprecedented because they were supposed to end on season 10 because, I mean, it lasted longer than the actual Korean War. The Korean War itself only lasted like 3 years. This lasted 11. So, yeah. But wow, that's something. So, yes, the Fat Albert, the cartoon, lasted a lot longer than MASH. And I never saw Fat Albert, but I did see like the first few seasons of MASH because my mom is a fan of it. So, but yeah,
there's been a few shows like that as well, hasn't there? Where they expected to end at a certain point, and then all of a sudden they were like, "Nope, you've been renewed."
Yeah, I can't remember what other ones have been like that though.
I think Stargate SG-1 was one of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I know there was Stargate SG-1, there was Stargate Atlantis, and then I think there was another one, wasn't there?
And it was the opposite way round for Atlantis because they expected to carry on going, but they got cancelled, so they just rushed the ending.
Yeah. However, you do get to see a young Jason Momoa in that, so there you go.
Yes, you do.
Yes. Which is a funny thing because Jason Momoa is, I don't think he's like, muscular in that. I mean, you can see he's sort of buff, but he's not like these days. And
yeah, he was basically just coming out of his modeling days at that point, so he was still relatively skinny. He was just a tall, angry-looking bloke.
Yeah. The one with the ship across the universe. Is that Stargate or something else?
That's Universe.
Stargate
literally
Universe?
just called Stargate Universe, yeah.
They tried to carry that on after the original show because there was the movie, right? The movie, and then there was the series after that. And I think the series did pretty well because of the actors in it. Because of course he had, I can't remember the other ones, but he had Christopher Judge in it, right? Who was Teal'c, and he later became Kratos.
Yeah, in God of War.
Yep. MASH was amazing, awesome. Even I think there's a time when a series kind of dips down because a lot of the original cast leaves. So you had Major Colonel Honey Blake, who left, I think, in the third season, or the guy who played him. You had Chucker Spearjohn.
What was that one?
What? No. No, it's the one before the guy who Hawkeye was his bunkmate before BJ Honeycutt. Trapper is what his name was.
No, the one before that.
What? Major Burns or Colonel Henry Major Colonel Henry Blake?
It's just when you put them together.
Yeah.
Chucker Spear.
Oh, Chuckers. Yeah, that was So the weird thing is that it was a black character, but they kind of removed the black characters because they found out that during that time they didn't actually were there. So they kind of yeah.
Well, they didn't realize they weren't in the war.
Historically, I don't think historically they were in the Korean War, but I don't 100% me on that. MASH was all, and then of course there's Dashboard with Stargate SG-1, Atlantis, Stargate Universe, Stargate Infinity, Stargate the Arc of Truth, Stargate Continuum. That's a lot of Stargates.
There was also a shorter online miniseries as well that focused on before them actually finding the Stargate, the first one.
Yeah. So like the movie sort of thing?
Yeah. No, before the actual first movie.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah, I think it's set in like the 20s or 30s or something.
Oh. Yeah, because in the movie they show digging up in like the late 20s or something, and then it's Spear. No, it's Spear Chucker John. Is what the name of the character was. All right, let me go back to it. I want to make sure I'm getting the name right. Because it was TV series. Okay, I gotta share it again. Blah 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 blah. Sunny days. There we go. Okay, and I can see it. Alan Alda. Okay, Trapper was John McIntyre. That was before. I'm trying to find. Yeah, longtime supporting cast. Kelly Nakahara. She is long past, Nurse Kelly, and stuff. But there was something about Spear Chucker, John, Hot Lips. I'm trying to find Trapper, Wayne Rogers as yep. I think he's already long past. Larry Linville's pretty long past.
I expect a lot of them have.
Yeah. But it was trying to find the name of the person set in filming. Yes, the set. I believe the set itself caught fire during the last stages. Yeah, here it is. Just as the series was wrapping production, a brush fire destroyed most of the outdoor set on October 9th, 1982. The fire was written to the final episode of Goodbye, Farewell, and Amen as a forest fire caused by enemy incendiary bombs that forced... Yeah. Oh, goodness. Hold on. There we go. All right. And yeah, it's just the name... Spear Trucker John. That's the name. And I'm trying to find if there's any mention of it in here because I swear I thought I saw it. I swear I thought I saw it one time.
Sure, it wasn't a fever dream.
It was not a fever dream because it was a black character. And they realize, you know what? Let's go to Spear Checker.
Yeah, Dashboard's got it there. It's called Stargate Origins.
Here we go. Here we go. So this is what I was talking about. Stargate Origins. Oh, nice. Thank you for that. Okay. That's so sad. Yeah. Oh, so sad about what? I don't know what she's talking about. Everyone's snuffed it these days. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, people are eventually going to die. I mean, that's not something new, but celebrate life again. Okay, so here's the person I'm talking about. Spear Trucker John. Spear Trucker John, whose real name is Oliver Harmon Jones, is a surgeon character in the MASH novel by Richard Hooker. The MASH movie and the MASH TV series. He was portrayed by Fred Williamson, in the movie, and Timothy Brown in the TV series. Okay, so Timothy Brown was the name of the person who portrayed him. In that TV series, Spear Trucker John was one of the original characters introduced in the early part of season 1, along with Frank Burns, spinning around, blah, blah, blah. Several series have been proposed for his removal, including racist connotations. The nickname Spear Trucker has been associated with racial slur, blah, blah, blah. Historical inaccuracy. This is the one I was talking about. It's possible that the writers aimed to depict a more accurate representation of Korean War medical units, which did not have African American surgeons. So that's why they probably, one of the reasons why they probably removed him. Spear Trucker John's character might have been dropped to maintain historical accuracy. So there you go. And another theory suggests that the writers focus on fewer characters, leading to elimination of Spear Trucker John and other supporting characters such as Ugly John. But I don't know. Art control remains a topic of discussion among fans and historians. Yeah, so I kind of go with number 2. It was a historical inaccuracy because that's the one I heard most. So, but yeah, Spear Trucker John. So you see here, Spear Trucker John existed, but he was played by a black gentleman by the name of Fred Williamson. Oh, Timothy Brown. Sorry, Timothy Brown in the TV series. And they probably most likely dropped him for historical inaccuracy. So there you go. He did exist. So I know you laughed at it, but still.
Yeah. Well, I suppose they were just different times, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, exactly. Because it wasn't you had you had shows with black people on them. So what was it?
Yeah.
Redford and Son, was it? Stanford and Son. Yeah, Stanford and Son was one. And I think Sammy Davis Jr. appeared on Everybody in the Family, I think it was. Faux show. Yes, my mom loved it, and I was introduced to that. So I really enjoyed the times where Radar O'Reilly would just stop, and you just stop and listen, and people like, oh crap, and there's like, yep, we're getting some incoming.
See, I've heard of some of these shows, but I haven't actually seen quite a few of them.
Yeah, that's understandable. How does it burn? They said it burned by a brush fire. So a brush fire happened where it was at in California, because that's where they were filming it. A brush fire happened, and then sort of rid it off as sort of like enemy incendiary bomb. So there is that. So yes, I do know. I haven't seen any of it. An episode from SG1, but need to find the episode. Yeah, I haven't seen the show because it used to be on like public television. Stargate SG1, like Fox or whatever, and MASH is just old series. Radar was great. Yes, Radar. I really feel that Radar himself, or I can't remember his name, but the guy who played Radar, the character himself, really, it felt like he held, he went for until season 7, right? And it really felt like he was the glue that kind of kept everything together, because he was just that character, right? And of course, the gentleman who plays Jamie Farr, who plays criminy, what is his name? He's trying to get a Section 8. Klinger. He plays Klinger, and Klinger is sort of trying to get a Section 8, dressing up as a whatever, and he replaces Radar when he leaves. And of course, they did a side-off show of Walter, which was the name of Radar O'Reilly, but yeah, some shows aren't the same anymore. Humor these days went both ways: the black tone of the white and the white tone of the black, using comedy kind of unites in humor. At least I think it did. Yeah, and to some occasions, I think also sometimes it could have been used as like a humor could be used as a getting back. Be shot at dawn. Yeah, possibly. I'll bring it up. There we go. Type in chat. That's fine. I won't bring it up, but type in chat. But anyway, I hope I didn't miss anything. Okay, so it is the top of the hours, ladies and gentlemen, and you know what? Brain fart. We'll do the Gene Wilder, Willy Wonka thing. Stop that. Reverse it. Let's go back a bit. Anyway, it is the top of the hour, and of course, you know what we do. As you know, as it was just stated by Abe, he doesn't make anything, but still, you can find Abe. His link to his Twitter X is there. He's a really good dude. Very quiet, but he's been beaten to a pulp to keep quiet. So not by me. Other people. I wouldn't beat him up. I did tell you when I stopped by the Chinwag, you sound more proper speaking than the rest of them. So they all sounded like they were doing a bit of Cockney, and you're just like, oh well, hello there. Yes.
Well, that's because we're all from different parts of the country, you see. So
yes. Well, your accent reminds me of the Platoon person that FNT has had on. Little Platoon or whatever.
Oh
his
yeah,
name is.
yeah.
He sounds similar to that. So it's not posh. It's very. I mean, I know posh is the word you guys use for rich or whatever, but
He's got quite a clean accent.
Clean, yeah, we'll go with clean accent. He's got a very clean, like you have a very clean accent. I mean, I'm pretty sure you have a dirty mouth, but still, he has a very clean accent and all that stuff. But yes, it was Stasis. I mean, I wasn't saying anything about well, yeah, Stasis is trouble, but yes, you kind of get you get drowned out by Stasis too, and Hanayama. You get drowned by both of them, so you're a victim of that. So it's okay. It's okay to admit you're a victim. Okay. But anyway, it is a top. Again, like I said, it's top of the hour. I do set aside some time for us to promote ourselves, but Abe doesn't really make content, but he's on other stuff like Tommy's Chinwag, and in the chat sometimes. In my chat at most, playing 3 different people, 4 actually.
Me? You think those are me?
Yeah.
We can both agree, Dara, that you'd have to be a little mental to do something like that.
Well,
or at least that's what the voices in my head say.
I will agree with your voices. Anyway. I was like, for a second there, you had me with one of them. I was like, oh my gosh. But I was like, wait a second, I'm a nobody. Why would she even talk to me? Why the hell would she talk to me? And it's like, Abe, you god dang it. And he's trying to okay, yeah. I don't care. I said C19. I said COVID. I don't give a rat's behind.
Was it Celine Dion by any chance?
Oh yeah, her heart will definitely go on. Yeah, thanks for
her
that.
heart definitely goes on. Yeah, she's quite a gregarious bird, that one.
You could tell at the beginning. I was like so excited. I was hesitant, but you could tell I was like, oh. God dang it, Abe! God dang it! God dang it! I'm
Oh,
surprised.
look, she's here now.
Yeah,
Incredible.
yeah. Okay. Yes,
It's almost like if you say these people's names, they'll appear.
Yeah, dance puppet dance. Yeah, look at. Oh, look, there she is. Look at her.
Yeah. I know, it's crazy, right? I mean, when was the last time you heard from Jesus?
Lord, I'm trying to get through this. Just let me get through this promoting stuff. God dang it. Okay.
Well,
all right.
I personally blame the devil.
Yeah, you blame a lot of stuff. Blame Stellian down first and go down from there. Anyway, you can still find me, Abe, on Twitter X. His link to Twitter X is down below. So give the guy a look. He doesn't create content, but he's on a bunch of other people that I've had on. No, I see ya. Yeah, I see ya. Yeah, I see ya. Yeah, I see ya. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it, but
you got to say the name.
I'll
summon them.
Frankenstein. Anyway, everybody knows like. But anyway, so for my thing, give a little about yourself, Abe. At least do that. I don't think we did introductions, so give a little bit about yourself to the people in chat.
Well, I'm a human from Earth.
Oh, wow.
And that's it.
Really? You could have said yes. You could have said where you visit up to, like Tomby stuff and Jack Tarlet stuff and all that. At least.
Yeah. Well, as you said, I'm usually on the Wednesday Chinwag with Tomby. I'm possibly going to become a panelist on 2 other shows.
Ooh. Are you allowed to say, or keeping them secret? Like,
well, they're both still up in the air yet, and arrangements being made. So, even though I don't have any content yet, you still will see me around.
Yeah,
and you'll see me every chat ever as well. So,
yes, the man who's in almost every chat. I'm more thankful he's in my chat because, dear Lord, sometimes I won't say the person's name, but you know who I'm talking about. It was a rough patch. It was a rough patch, but you know what? A challenge is always worthy, and talking to people, because that's where that's where you can shine a bit, right? Improvisational stuff. Jacket, that's delightfully weird. Yes, it did. Just hug each other, real tight. He's Daly's internet hubby. I don't go there. And the other shows. Look,
it's true.
Look, Stasis better figure out when he wants to come on my show first before he starts doing some hunting, because he had to ask his lady about scheduling stuff. I think he has kids too.
He's got 1 kid, but he did actually mention it on the Chinwag.
Yeah, he
was
did.
like, "Oh yeah, I was supposed to reply to him."
Come on, Stasis. Hello.
Has he still not replied?
No, he still has not replied. But I'm not gonna hold to it. My month, you already saw my month of October is full, so it's gonna have to be in October, because there are a lot of people that there's only so much I can fit. Right? If I could afford to do maybe 2 people a day, I would. But I think 1 person a day, or at least 1 person every weekday, is fine. I don't have to do as much as I'm doing right now. I don't have to do that.
Dashboard nomad human.
Yeah. He did say that. You did say that. You opened the door for it. But I don't. Oh, hey, UP. Hey, glad to see you, sir. I hope you had fun over at Yankee Free. He's a cool dude. I had him on once, but it was quick because he had to go to dinner to go to. But again, I don't have to do this. I don't have to do any of this, right? All these people, all these conversations. I don't have to do any of that. I never had to. But for some odd reason, I keep, and I'll get to the promotion stuff. Yankee solid. Yeah, the Yankee solid. But for some odd reason, I kept coming to this point where, yes, it is difficult. It is difficult scheduling people in, because sometimes come day before something happens and they have to go, or something just doesn't work out over. I understand. That's why I do this scheduling in advance. But the thing of it is it goes to show that there's a lot of conversation to be had with. It doesn't matter if you're a creator or not. There's a lot of conversation to be had. And a lot of it's missing from. I'm not going to name names, but it feels like a lot of it's missing from other people who create content, because how is it I can see these people with thousands upon thousands of followers, right? And the one resource that's plentiful of, the one resource that would keep them continue on beyond the stupidity of entertainment, gaming, all that stuff, this is the companies and whatnot. The one biggest resource that they don't really tap into very much, other than maybe like a meetup or something like that, but that's a little different in itself. Not everyone can afford to go to a meetup. It is having someone on for a show, right? Like for me, I know the possibility is not always great because you never know about the other person on the other way. But at the end of the day, there's something there I keep hitting on, and it works out to some degree. But I just feel like it's a loss in other creators, because oh my gosh, imagine some content creator reaching into their followers and saying, "Hey, would you like to come on?" And boom, you've got something more there. But that's just me. I'm not the person to speak on like I know everything. It's just it feels like something's missing. Was there justice for Abe? He's on right now. Abe, is there justice for Abe? Abe Z. Is there justice for you, Abe? Hey, Big C, how are you doing, good sir? Nice to see ya. I hope you're doing well. I still got to get you on some time, even though I've been busy, swamped with trying to get other people on. I apologize. Look, again, there's some people I ask and don't get back to, and that's just a happening thing. Look, and some people don't say not right now or not at all. I've had people like that. But anyway, I'm getting past the promo thing. I gotta get it done. I gotta stop. Do not. Anyway, I don't want to end up hitting myself and people like, oh, this doesn't look good. No, it's just this is what happens. I get out of focus. Anyway, guys, whether you're on Rumble, whether you're on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind, please leaving a like, leaving a follow, leaving a comment, or sharing the stuff. It doesn't matter which or all of it. Any part of the engagement helps immensely, because again, getting to be seen more leads to getting to have more people on, right? A majority of people I've had on have been guests, either from the Pay It Forward stream, through a connection through someone else, like Ape here through Tomby or Jack Tarlad or whatever. There's been connections through connection, and so on and so forth. And it's been a wonderful thing through this ordeal. So any help with the engagement is much appreciated, because again, having more eyes seen can mean having more people on, and I'm willing to keep it going, because my next milestone is 200 different guests, and I'm looking forward to getting there. And with your help, it's possible. So thank you for that. And also, if you want to see where else I'm at, right? I'm sure many of you know, but if you're new here, if you want to see where else I'm at, go down to the link below. In the description, you'll find my link. Go there. You'll find my YouTube and Rumble. You'll find my Twitter X. You'll find my email. You'll find my Discord. At the end of the day, you can go to those places. And if you want to come on yourself, right? Like, I keep this door open to a lot of people, and very few ever take up the opportunity. But if you want to come on yourself, either leave a comment on either YouTube or Rumble, or go to my Twitter X, my email, whatever gets my attention. Find me there, and we can have a discussion about coming on. Because again, I'm over 100 different guests, and I'm looking forward to more. It's hard getting the energy to be created. Exactly, because hold on. Gosh, I gotta do that when it happens. Do what on yourself? Do what on yourself? What do you mean? No. I don't know what you confuse me with. Appreciate people from other plats as well. Much love. No, I'm a MG42. It isn't possible. That's understandable. But that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring people of multiple platforms, right? I've had people from Twitch, YouTube, from Rumble, of course. And of course, I'm working on trying to get someone from Kick. So it's like, there's so many places. I don't stream to all, Twitch or Kick, but to bring them on here and have a conversation with them, and just the wonder of it all, right? is just mind blowing to me. And again, that's why I get so mind blown, is why I'm able to do this. And it seems like I'm getting all these different people on. And yeah, the reason I'm able to do is because I don't have kids, right? I don't have that sort of responsibility. So there's that. I have a job, all that stuff. But I enjoy doing this because there's so many different people and so many different perspectives. And whether they come on once or whether they come on multiple times, I appreciate all of it, especially if you and all that stuff. And going to boxing match spot. Look, if you're gonna wait that long, you might as well not come out. I know it's a joke. So don't get me in that. But I mean, if you were actually to wait to like number 700, you're gonna be waiting forever, right? The time to get on it is now, because at the end of the day, the time is a ticking, right? How many of you have seen through these past few months your favorite actor or actress just poof, right? Some of them a lot older, sure. Like, what was it, 93 for was it Earl Jones, right?
James Earl Jones. And
then there was the voice for Splinter, right? What was it from? Or do you even hear about that one?
I didn't hear about that. Oh.
No, it was the animation for Shredder. Because the voice for Splinter, the voice for Splinter in the live action version was actually Kevin Clash, which, if you know who Kevin Clash is, he was the voice of Elmo. So, yeah, the voice of Elmo voiced Splinter. But yeah, no, Yarny has it right. Scheduling is, and I have to do that so much for work before. Yeah, and I'm grateful for when you're able to come on. And of course, what happened with yours last month was understandable, so that's understandable too. But yeah, it is difficult, but I persist, right? I keep trying, because if there's not that one person, there's another person behind it, and so many others. I'm connected to 2 platforms, one for millions and one for billions. Why not try? Why not try? That's they like you. I don't know about that. One of the people I had on blocked me, so I don't know what happened there. I thought we had a great conversation. And I won't say the name, but the person blocked me, and yeah, so I can't invite him on anymore. But
I mean, it could be that he just didn't like some of the other guests that you had on, and just wasn't mature enough to deal with it.
Yeah, some people don't respond back that I've had on before as well. But then again, that part of that is they've got their own stuff. Some of the other content creators, and so they can't really I've tried to. I'll name drop just because it's just been a truth. But I've tried to invite Nina Infinity on many a times, and of course something has come up. With reasonable stuff. Reasonable stuff. Of course, not going to blame anything. But it's just. I tried to do. I was lucky enough to get on a gentleman called Thomas Connor Jr. from Midnight's Edge on at least once. He's a very busy guy, so I know that's the possibility of me getting him back on again is very hard. But
I remember that one.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say no to trying again, because one, and this is a selfish part of me, I do enjoy him doing his Optimus Prime. I'm not gonna lie about that. But the other part is that I do this thing where trying to be free in the manner of, yes, I stream to both Rumble and YouTube. Yes, YouTube is a bit restrictive, but I try to give you as much freedom of speaking as possible. I had Vex Electronica on, all right, and she said the bundle of sticks words. Okay, she blew that right out of the water. So she blew that one right out of the water, and so
I remember that one too.
Yeah, and Tomby too. Tomby has done it too, but he's more of like talking about the meat product that's based on. But you didn't dupe accounts, so you're just. And well, I mean, I have blocked. There have been a finical of 1 or 2 finicky people. I've only blocked one because the other one I've left on mute. But yeah, it's just dumb. There's only like one. I was on a show of someone's, and how the show ended was kind of it felt disrespectful to me. So what happened was I was on their show. I won't name drop because they don't need it. I was on their show. They had asked because I was months and months ago.
Yeah.
I had asked, or they had asked me, and I said, sure, why not? Because I'm wanting to get out there and just want to have different conversations. So I was on there, and things seem to be going well, right? I was having conversations, some political, some whatever. When I was just giving my my perspective, right? Even if we didn't agree, it was just my perspective on things, right? And so that was it went great for a while. I thought it was going to be on for an hour, at least that's what they were talking. And then all of a sudden, they did this sort of weird thing where like windstorm was coming through, and then they just kicked me off. And I was like, okay, so maybe a computer thing happened, or maybe there's actually a windstorm, just because it just happened so suddenly, right? And you have that shock. And so I was kind of like off it, whatever, and all that stuff. And I was like trying to text back, is it okay? Is something wrong? Whatever. And later I come find out that they knocked me off. They played it off as a windstorm. And then they had someone right after that. And they never said a word to me. And I was like, okay, whatever. Right?
Yeah, well, that's pretty disrespectful, I would say.
And, then they were asking, like, why aren't you promoting our show, or at least the episode you were on, or whatever. I was like, okay, fine. That is fair. I was on your show. So I did do like a repost, and I did say, hey, I was here and all that stuff. And that was it, right? And in some weird way, right, they followed me. And some weird way they come, not all the time. It's been a very rare thing, but they come after me sometimes because, it was rude. It was rude from my perspective. Not at first because I didn't know, and then I saw it and it's like, it was rude. Maybe that guy didn't know you was in the right. Possibly. I don't know. I'm not gonna sub my OnlyFans, but yeah, you don't. No big blab. No, bad. Possibly. I don't know. I was glad to have him on. He was I just don't want to say the name because I don't want to be that kind of person. Name dropping in sort of mean way. I name drop Nina because I would like to have her on sometime, even if it's just once. It's just timing. It's always timing, and always will speak highly of in the sense of positively, not negatively, because she is she does her own thing of positivity. Yeah, voodoo doll. I'm moving. Well, no, I just do the thing of kicking the dust off my sandals and going from there. I don't have one.
It's a good way of going about things.
Yeah, right. And even when they, they're muted, I did mute them, but even when they try to comment on some post or whatever in the past, and there was one post that came on to a previous guest I had on, and of course her name is Phoenix. Well, not Phoenix Life. No, her username is Conspiracy Fans, but she goes by Phoenix as well. And they were coming after me okay. Yeah, have a good one, Yarny. Have a great night, and looking forward to when I get to have you on in the next few weeks. So that'll be fun. Good night, Yarny. But yeah, so we'll just, she is a married woman. She's a lovely lady, but I've been highly beautiful, cute, whatever, and all that stuff. And she's never blocked me for anything I've said toward her. Because if she did, then I'd be like, okay, I did overstep the line. But it's always been something. But then that kind of played into, and they were kind of coming after that and all that stuff. And of course, there was someone I was trying to get on, right? So the weird thing is that Twitter X DMs don't really notify the other person very well of if they sent a message. And so sometimes I have to make a public post. Right, I did make a public post inviting Epic Mike on. Got a like, but never heard anything back. One day, I'll try again. Why would you get mad at? Conspiracy Fan. She was never mad at me. No, it was just them, being consistent and like saying all this different stuff. That just didn't mean anything because if. Whatever it may be, she never blocked me for whatever I've said, compliments or whatever said to her. Because she's married, I know. It's mostly just compliments said to her, but she's never blocked me for any of that. So, hey, horror stream. But they would keep hounding her for all, or me or whatever, for all the stuff. So there was a post I was making, public post that I was making to invite somebody on. Well, they kind of went after that and kind of said their piece or whatever, and they added that person who I previously mentioned, the lady, and all that stuff. But it's just you do when you hear the troll thing or whatever, or people who hate or whatnot, you do kind of see this sort of thing, and I just don't want to. I'm not going to say their name. I'm not going to point to their channel. They still follow me, but whatever. I'm not going to block them. They're going to be on mute. But at the end of the day, I just don't care. I'm moving more in the direction of getting people on and having conversations with them and whatnot, and all that stuff. So, but it feels like I've been the only one talking tonight, Abe. It's been a really sad point. I bring you on here to chat, and you're just like, hey, this is a stasis guy doing on here again.
Well, what's the phrase again? Isn't it something like better to be thought of as a fool than to open your mouth and prove it? And I think I've already said too much.
I don't give a rat's behind. Anyway, blocking you now way. What? I can see how you are looking at me behind your shades. Blocking you now way. What? I don't know what that last part means. Blocking you now way. I don't get what that is. But he's doing the mind explosion thing, so maybe there's something there. Whatever. Cyber Mario is one of a kind. I was glad to have Cyber Mario on. All right, I was glad to have him on. But yeah, that statement is true. It's better to be thought of a fool than to actually prove it. And that's where that whole posting on it's Friday, right? Steve,
Well, it's Saturday for me now.
Yeah, that is true. It is 5 hours for you, but it was Friday for you, right, Abe? It was. What was the end?
It actually wasn't. No.
Not now, but it was then. Well, no, actually, you came on at 8, so it'd be 1 a.m.
Yeah, I came on at 1 a.m., so it was already Saturday. So I should have been saying it's Saturday all week.
Yeah. In order to be close to it, I have to be like 7 p.m. I should have, and I have to be on Pay It Forward. What Pay It Forward started. Then you'd be saying like it's Friday, but then you'd be on like right on the dot.
Yeah.
Better have a good laugh, because you know what? I'm not gonna let them bother me, because I mean it kind of does frustrate me a bit, but at the end of the day, I get to say, you know what? Your show is your show and mine is mine, and I've had over 100 different guests with all different perspectives. Guess what? So that's how I take it. That's my success. I'd rather my success be the best revenge. Or
your
best
show is
whatever.
yours and mine is mine, and the two shall meet.
Yeah, I don't think they'd meet like that, but yeah. But it's just silly stuff, and there is so little time and so many people out there to worry about what these little things say. Look, I am not a perfect person by any perspective, so you're not going to see any holier than thou stuff from me, right? You're not going to see anything from me on that regard. I may speak on some manners, but you're not going to see holier than thou. I am no angel on any retrospect, so don't expect that from me. I'm here to have a good laugh, to enjoy people's company and talk about whatever. Yeah, time zones, exactly, because you guys are 5 hours ahead. It's worse when you're from Australia. Australia, it's like, what's like 2 your time, so 13 more hours. No, like 10 more hours from you would be. So if it's 2 a.m. your time, so it'd be what, noon? Yeah, it'd be noon their time. In Australia, sorry. Australia is 15 hours ahead of me, so that's figuring out the time thing. And then and all this stuff. Yeah, nobody lives those zones best on. Yeah, exactly. And not mentioning their name either, because it's not worth it. They're not worth it. Never have been, never will be. If you're gonna play the game of trying to call me out on some manner or whatever, great. Okay. I've never been perfect. Never going to claim that either. So, hey, whatever. I like the ladies. So what? Great. But but beyond that point, so yeah, I mean, you said not content yet. So what content were you thinking of wanting to make, Abe?
Well, I'll probably do some videos about the whole Ubisoft situation. I might even venture into film reviews, but I may at some point go on Stasis's film club as well.
Oh,
Just,
you might as well just be in chat.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking of doing anyway. I just haven't actually planned those things out because I've had a lot of other things to deal with.
Yeah, it's life happens, man. I mean,
yeah,
deal with that on a regular basis.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was on Ryan Ryder's stream earlier because he was needing somebody and he kind of just texted me or DM'd me, sorry. And so I went on. And it's always nice, he nothing bad against Ryan Ryder. Won't say a bad word, but he does have that sort of English humor that you aren't sure if it's being very sarcastic in the sense of being like
no,
or in the sense of just being funny, like he's being hilarious, but he just has that tone where you can't really tell either or. And so at first,
Americans do tend to struggle a bit with whether we're insulting them, being facetious, or being cocky, or anything like that. But other Brits will get it straight away.
Yeah. And so but that's where the point of, talking to other people and kind of getting over your own bias a bit. Whereas like I could have said, I could have been some mean thing or whatever in the end, but I was like, hold on, right? He's English. It may just be one of those things where it's that difference of, so I won't take it because he was on my stream. And so there was something said like he was talking about being structured and all this stuff. And I was like, I'm structured to some degree, but I'm not structured like other people for the topic stuff or whatever. It's just, I can't talk about topics, not an issue, but in that regard, I like this freedom more to go wherever, right?
Yeah.
Because
is he English?
Yeah.
Isn't he from Australia or New Zealand and
No,
he's moved to England?
No, Ryan Rogers is from the UK, I believe. Unless I'm wrong. I thought he was from the UK. Sounds like he's from the UK.
Because I know it doesn't.
Really? Why do you say that?
Because he sounds Antipodean to me.
What? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, like the Australasia sort of area.
Like New Zealand and stuff, or something else?
Yeah, New Zealand, Australia.
Because I've had an Australia and I know what they sound like, but I can kind of see what you're saying.
Well, they've all got different scales of strength of accent as well. Like I could meet some Australians and understand them perfectly well. And then you could meet another one and it's like the difference between a Glasgow and an Edinburgh Scottish accent. It's like they're speaking English.
Yeah.
It's just not English from this planet.
Especially when they go in that scale where like, oh, they don't know, they,
Exactly, yeah.
Or
it just becomes a blur of sounds.
Yeah, or Gaelic. Yeah.
Oh, Gaelic isn't English.
Yeah, well, it's Irish, but when they speak it, you could barely understand what they're saying. Right. It was a scene.
Gaelic in and of itself is a totally separate branch of languages. But the majority of Irish people don't speak Gaelic. They speak Irish English.
Irish English. No, that's not right.
Close enough.
I'm close enough. What was it? Oh, I just had it. There was that scene in Hot Fuzz where they had that farmer guy where you could barely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you could barely understand him, and the guy played the first Doctor and Filch. I think it was his name. In Harry Potter.
Wasn't it like Walder Frey as well in Game of Thrones?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, one of the Greys. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's mostly known for Filch, obviously from Harry Potter, and of course playing the first Doctor, playing the first Doctor, whatever the guy's original name was, I can't remember. Because Doctor
wasn't the character supposed to be Cornish or something?
Maybe, but I'm not too sure because someone had to translate for him because Simon Frost couldn't Nick, what is his name? Not Simon Frost. No, is it Simon Frost? Simon Frost's character couldn't understand him.
Simon Pegg and Nick
Simon
Frost.
Pegg.
Yeah.
Now I see where my error was. But yeah, they couldn't understand him, so one of the other police guys had to explain it and all that stuff. But yeah, it's one of those things where you can't understand it. Now for me, for accents, and that was, when I had what is this? Alpha. When I had Alpha on, we were talking about, Australian and Kiwi and stuff. I just was doing it as I play around with the accents because one, obviously, it's just fun to try. Right? It's just, Jack Tarlad does a good American, even though it's more of Southern American, so I don't think
he can do quite a few accents.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard him say like a Boston or New Yorker, but one day. But
I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard to master.
No.
You don't say car park, you say car park.
Car park, yeah.
You just replace R's with H's.
Yes, we do say stuff a little differently, but then again, you also spell some things a bit differently too. So there's that. It's in the alliteration. It's in the alliteration of the words, and that sort of stuff. I could try. But it's just funny to try because so what I do is emulation rather than imitation, because emulation is taking how things are sounded and trying to do them for yourself. So you can hear. So I watch a channel sometimes. It's called Try Channel. It's a bunch of Irish people. They try foods, they drink stuff, whatever. And there's the enunciation of ka, right? So you say ka as in as in a light ah sound, slight r in there, but it's like ka. Well, Americans say car, right? That hard r, right? Yeah. Not hard, but it's r. Car, and you say ka. But you get what we kind of can get what you mean, because obviously if I were to go to any other country that didn't speak English, I'd be in a lot of trouble. I can't get home.
I think it was Winston Churchill actually that said Britain and the USA have everything in common except for their language.
That's true. That's true. Because you spell color with an extra letter. We don't. Actually spell it with an extra vowel.
Well, because we've essentially acted like the Borg throughout our history,
right.
If we like a word, we'll just take it.
Yeah. Oh.
As with, land, historical artifacts.
Well, now not even that anymore.
That's nice. We're having that.
Yeah.
And so the way we spell it is the French way of spelling it.
Oh, couleur as la France, la français, I think it is. La français.
So we spell it the same way that they do, but we just don't pronounce it the same.
Yeah,
which is weird because there's other words that we pronounce exactly like the place that we've taken it from, and then other places we just make up our own sound of it.
Yeah,
but it's still spelled the same.
But yeah, definitely, it sort of sounds similar to what homonyms are. Words that sound the same but are completely different. And that stuff. Were you? I can't remember who I had on, but were you on when I did that Google Earth and I was going over your country and just looking at the names of things?
Yeah.
Because who was it? I don't know if it was you or someone else, but I was trying to find. It was Cheshire, right? It was someone was living in Cheshire or near Cheshire or whatever.
Yeah,
Cheshire.
That's where I live.
No, so it was you. But it was like I was going over the names. It's like just It was just hilarious to me because like the one that got me was Stoke-on-Trent.
Yeah, that's up the road.
It got me because when I try to say it, it almost feels like I want to say Stroke-on-Trent, and then it's a whole different other spiel.
Yeah, either way, you don't want to go there.
What in the bloody hell is this American saying Stroke-on-Trent and laughing over himself? What in the bloody hell is this? What bloody hell? But it's just the way in some of them sounded just hilarious. But going over it, right? Because I was trying to find, because someone was saying there was like a tunnel that goes under the ocean to the mainland, right? Because you have your own space, and then you have France over
the Channel
there.
Tunnel.
The Channel Tunnel. I was trying to find the entrance to it, but I couldn't.
And we call it the Channel.
The Channel, of course, right?
Yeah.
You have the English Channel and all that stuff. But yeah, I was trying to find it. I was just looking around. I was like looking at all these names, like, this is hilarious. But that one gets me every time with Stoke-on-Trent, because every time I say it, I think of Stroke-on-Trent. I'm just like,
I can guarantee you'll have a stroke if you go there.
is that sort of like is that sort of like a gang member sort of thing, or is that what's wrong with it, or what was?
Well, to put it politely, it's just a shithole.
There you go.
There are gangs there, but that's not the biggest issue.
Wow.
Although the biggest issue is the thing that all of the homeless people sell to try and raise money for charity.
Yeah, the drugs, of course.
We actually have a magazine called The Big Issue.
Really?
And homeless people sell it.
Is it a free magazine or whatever? Or
no, you gotta pay for it.
Oh.
That's how they raise the money. God knows where the money goes, though.
Probably crack and all that. Whole UK.
Probably, yeah.
I wouldn't say the whole UK, because that would include. Well, I guess Scotland has its own problems, but I mean, there's probably rural areas that are fine. It's just it's big city. Because I didn't know where London was on the map. Because where I was looking at was, there was Liverpool over here, and then forget it. I'm not even trying to say the word. My mouth is gone. And then, of course, I can say Gloucester. I can say Gloucester, right? I think.
Nope.
How do you say it?
Gloucester.
Gloucester?
Gloucester.
Okay.
And that's another quirk of the English language, in that sometimes we'll spell things and just not pronounce half of them.
Well, so the funny thing is they were where I live. There is an actual Irish pub, and they try to model it after, as close as possible. And they once long ago used to sell How do you say it again?
Do you speak English, Dara?
I am trying real hard. I am real trying. I know it's late on your end, but I'm really trying hard. So I'll just say it is this Gloucester cheese. Gloucester cheese, right?
Yeah.
They used to sell that, and then they didn't sell it anymore, but they used to sell Gloucester.
And then there's Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire.
It's another shire. We've got a lot of shires. No hobbit.
No hobbit. A lot of shires, no hobbit. A partridge in a pear tree, obviously.
No hobbits, just drug dealers.
What do you say? My dad used to taunt them saying they say tissue. Oh, for the magazine, the biggest tissue. Okay, I didn't see that. Not to their faces, mine. Oh, of course. Obviously, you guys are a little more respectful, unless you're drunk, and then you kind of go a little far over. But still,
some of my go on.
No, go ahead. Finish it.
I was just going to say, I've got a list here of some of the best name places in the UK.
Oh, hold on. There was once because at the Irish pub, right, there was a lady who was from England. I can't remember from what part, but she's gonna try to say we're.
I've rarely heard an American pronounce this correctly.
Worcester. You know what? Forget it. I know. Okay.
That's another one where we just skip a bunch of letters in the word and pronounce it totally differently to how it's spelt.
Worcester. Worcestershire is how
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. That's right. Worcestershire. Is
Worcestershire.
How
Yeah.
Worcestershire. Choking on my own tongue. No, there was a lady from that used to work in the Irish pub. She was from England. I can't remember where, but I'd asked her once. Okay, so from your perspective, who is the hardest drinker, right? Or who can whatever? And it's like, you have Irish, you have the Scotland, and you have the people from you have English. And I don't know if it was the Scots or the Irish, she said. So I don't want to, but yeah. So from your perspective, who do you see as like being the hardest drinker? Is it the Scots, the Irish, the English? Who do you think is?
I don't know, really. I would say it's probably more of a toss-up between the English and the Scots.
Really? Why would you say the English?
Because we drink like we don't want to live.
Wow, that's dark. Jeez. turn this stream around. I thought it'd be the Irish because the Irish, the image of...
Yeah, they're known for being jolly drinkers and all that sort of stuff. And they've still got a lot of traditional pubs.
That and, leprechauns. But anyway,
whereas we've got a lot of off-licenses.
What do you mean? Like off-license pubs or?
No, they're just shops that just sell alcohol, basically.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Because again, I do go to this again. It's YouTube. It's called Tri Channel. These are Irish people, and you do there are differences. There are subtle differences. Like there's harsher, softer. Of course, a female, softer, all this stuff. But a great example is Miss Icklepickle, right? Miss Tomby's wife. She has a very. Would it be correct to say Cockney? Would it be correct to say she's more of a Cockney accent?
I mean, it's one of those things where there's a very strict definition of what a Cockney actually is.
Mm.
That's usually someone that is, I believe it's born in the vicinity of Big Ben.
Oh,
so it's
okay.
actually a very finite residential area.
Oh, okay. I didn't
But a
know
lot of people just refer to Southerners from London and the surrounding areas as Cockneys anyway,
Mm.
because a lot of them do sound very similar.
Yeah, and of course Cockney has their like apples and apples and pears.
Apples and pears.
Yeah, apples.
Slag.
They have their own. I don't want to say idiom. They have their own form of language, but it's still English. In essence, it's just because Mr. Michael Caine is Cockney, I believe.
Yeah.
And
what's
boy,
great about his name as well is that if you say it in a Cockney accent,
yeah,
if you say the words "my,"
yeah,
cocaine,
Mhm.
it sounds exactly the same as saying Michael Caine.
yeah. There was you can go on YouTube, and there was a time he was on the Johnny Carson show, and so he does have a story telling about how someone had mistaken that Michael Caine, and at
you
a
got
party.
some
or
coke
whatever.
there, have you?
What?
You got some coke there?
No.
Share with the class.
No, I don't do drugs.
You've got Michael Caine hiding underneath the bed.
Look, if I ever got to meet the man, it'd be nice to shake his hand, but I don't know how old he is. There's not a lot of life, because he retired from acting a while ago, didn't he? Michael Caine.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah. Which, I mean, is understandable because so the way he described of how he chose a movie was if he was in it at the beginning and in it at the end. Right?
Yeah.
I believe that was the story. Never shows his eyes. I don't show my eyes for simple reasons, and I've given some of those reasons, Cyber Mario, and if you've forgotten those reasons, then that's on you. That is on you.
I've seen you without those shades on before.
I've taken them off before, but I try to keep them on because one, it's the light, and two, because I like to keep a hospitality of. So I've watched other streamers, right? When they don't have anything, you can see what their eyes are doing, and it just rides me up the wall because I can see him. It's like, okay, he's looking at chat. He's looking at this. He's looking at. He's not paying it. You know, when you look at the screen, I'm not looking directly at you. I have to look at my camera to look directly at you. But
yeah,
it's able to be easier because it's right at me. Some people have two screens or whatever. I think it did too. I don't know. There's a lot I don't get. All right, I will admit to that.
My cocaine.
I know that joke, and I told you about the story he told. Because he knows that. He actually knows that. But where was I at? But no, my camera is set up on the top of my screen, so I can sort of look directly at you in a degree.
Yeah.
But when you have other content creators, they have a camera over here, right? And they're kind of looking at the screen over there to the chat, and they're sort of like, you know, all that stuff. So they're all over the place. My thing is that it feels kind of disrespectful, at least from my perspective, that I'm not paying attention to you. And so if my attention is to you, you will think in your head somewhere is that, oh, they're not paying it. They're not hearing me, right? Yeah. I can hear you, right? I mean, you know, in essence that I may be looking at chat. I may be doing all this stuff, but you can't see it from my eyes, right? Now, there have been times where I've sort of picked up my phone and looked over that way and I've turned my head and done all this stuff. So there is that. But you can't see where my eyes are at, where they're looking at. And that's sort of why I have the glasses on. Part of it is the light as well, but part of it is the hospitality factor, because I believe if they aren't thinking that I'm not paying attention to them, then it's kind of disrespectful. And I want to give my guests as much respect as possible because they're giving me their time to come on here, and I may never get them on again, right?
Well, thank you, Dara, for believing that I'm respectable.
Abe, you have a voice that sounds like it could be, so I'm just giving you the up on that.
It's all an act. And I said before I was from Earth. I'm not.
all the stuff you did. Yeah, when when Alpha was on, when I had him on after PF4 stream, I took my glasses off then. When Silver Fox was on, I had my glasses off then. I've taken my glasses off on a few occasions. But again, I do this because I've seen other content creators when they're looking at chat, looking at whatever, and it feels like they're not paying attention, right? Yes, they could be paying attention through here or whatever, or they're hearing whatever. But when you can see it in their eyes, right? That's part of the emotional aspect of finding out if what you've said is offensive, or maybe that joke you said was a little too far or whatever. You know, we can see the facial or whatever. But for me, it's like it just feels like I can see your eyes. I can see you looking around at chat all stuff. It just from my perspective, it just feels a bit disrespectful. So that's why I wear the glasses as well, because I want you to understand. Yeah, I want you as a guest to understand that yes, I wear these. Yeah, they look silly. I don't care. I like them. Avatator glasses. What is it? What's that one content creator? Not Rage. It's Black Leather is making a comic with a Western comic. Starts with an R. I'm trying to think of content creator. Razor.
Razor Fist.
Razor Fist, that's right. Razor Fist. Razor Fist wears glasses. It's part of his motif, right? So no one really goes after him. But I give my reason because I want people to understand that I understand on that part. I can understand being on the other end of it. So I want people to understand. My eyes may be bounced around to, clicking the chat or whatever, because my chat, you could see where my chat is. So my chat is over on the right and all this stuff. But you don't see my eyes moving. You see my head moving, and all this stuff. But you got to know I'm hearing you here. I do hear you. So it's trying to make sure that you understand that I'm listening to you and not all over the place, because it after a while it does feel like, oh, okay, so you're more busy checking all the chats and stuff, doing all the stuff instead of whatever. And when you could take away, right, like, oh, look, there's my eyes, right? When you could take away that aspect of them not seeing where you're looking at per se, right? It takes away from them feeling maybe an uncomfortableness or something of a negative feeling, right? I mean, I could say something wrong and I can't see your face, but I can at least hear from your voice. So it's just it's just more of a hospitality factor. And yeah, I look silly. I don't give a rat's behind, right? because avatar glasses, I think they're pretty cool. But whatever, it's just me. But anyway, but that's my explanation. I've said it many times, and I'll keep saying it again because I do. It's just how I feel about it. So it is what it is. But anyway, you had the list of names of your country.
My favorite is probably this one. Bell End.
Bell End. Well, that's not a bad one. Bell End. Yeah, it's
Bitchfield.
It's where your wife goes all the time. Well, maybe not you, but
and you have to bear in mind these places are totally normal to the locals.
Yeah.
Butthole Lane.
That's a good one.
Here's another classic. Cockermouth. Cockermouth in Cumbria.
That's
Do you know what? I want to change my favorite now because this one is great. So, this one is in Cornwall.
Okay, Cornwall, right? Is
Cornwall. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got quite an unusual accent down there as well.
Oh goodness.
This place is simply called Cox.
It's not a bad name.
Yeah, and it's spelt exactly the way you'd think it was.
I'm just waiting for someone to call a pub that. Oh no, what would be better? What would be better? Right, to call a pub is Cock and Balls.
Oh, don't get me started on pub names. There's plenty of those types.
Well, I mean, you kind of get a sense for it from the End of the World or World's End, right? From the third one, where they was like the Golden Pirate or something like that. I can't remember. The Hole in the Wall or something like that. But no, those will be funny too. Sam's from Cornwall. Oh, that's right, Sammy C. who have add-ons from the UK. He's from Cornwall too. Yeah.
Yeah, there are pubs where they'll literally just be called the Cock, and then it's just a picture of the male equivalent of a chicken.
Exactly. We call those.
So they get away with it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, what else you got?
Fanny Hands Lane.
Okay, so from our end of this perspective, right? Most of us, the Americans, are not going to get that because Fanny means something different, and
yep.
So when I'm guessing when the first English person had heard of us say fanny pack, you were like dying of laughter.
Yeah. How deep does it go?
Like, well, I mean, there's a front pocket here for my chapstick, and then there's some, like, I put my wallet in this bigger pocket, and you just sit and laugh to yourself because they don't get the joke. But you kind of have to give us credit because it's not the same thing for us. There is such a thing as a fanny pack, which holds whatever amount of stuff people use it for, parts. It is a useful tool. It's just for you, it means something else. And that when I found out what it meant, I was like, oh, you dogs. You get a laugh every time you say it.
That works with either definition. Fanny barks.
Well, you could say ant fan. You could have a fanny that's an ant, and Aunt Fanny barks. And that's just hilarious in itself.
And this one is universal. This is a place in Essex. Fingering hoe. All one word.
Oh my god! Is it spelled H-O or H-O-E?
H-O-E. Oh, here's another great one. Ironically, it's called Great Cock Up.
Well, I mean, that's sort of a phrase you guys use too, is cock up, or something of that manner. Because I know from watching the Cornetto trilogy movies, there's Jargon, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But cock up it is a bit funny if you've never heard it before, but once you hear it after, it's like, man, it's like, it almost feels like when you say it, it's like mess up or something like that. Like you messed up, you cocked up or whatever.
Yeah.
And all that
Licky end.
Licky end.
Licky end. Lower swell.
Oh my goodness, it's funny.
Nether thong.
Nether thong. Okay, now that's a mind twister right there, like nether thong. Oh my goodness.
Nether wallop.
Nether wallop.
Penis stone. The River Piddle and the Piddle Valley.
Okay, that's an alliteration one right there. That's just funny because of alliteration.
This one can't be real. Scratch arseware. Scratch arseware.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
That's in Dorset. Pratt's
Dorset.
bottom.
Okay. What was that one again?
Pratt's bottom.
Pratt's bottom.
Sheepy Parva and Sheepy Magna.
No, it's not really. It's not really funny. It's more like mind twisters at that.
Yeah,
point.
they're more sort of just weird.
Yeah, the weird
Shitterton.
ones. That's a good one.
Slag Lane.
Slag Lane. Now I think I know what slag is for the most part. It's mostly, I think it's in reference to a prostitute. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah.
Or just a generally loose woman.
A generally loose woman. What's the male equivalent of that? Do you just say like gigolo
sure,
or something?
really?
Yeah, there's something
like that. Yeah,
gigolo. There's a bunch of gigolos around here. Yeah, that. I kind of had a grasp on that. Slag off or something like that.
Here's a good one.
Mhm.
Wet wang.
it's guys, where do you want to go? The wet wang. What the hell is that?
Oh, here's another classic. Titty ho.
Okay. Now you guys are just throwing things together like you got nothing else to lose.
Upper thong. All one word. And of course, the ultimate classic, twat, spelt with 2 T's.
Ooh, oh, mine getting a little creative there.
That's not even a comprehensive list either.
See, I look at a word Stoke-on-Trent and it has nothing to do with anything vulgar or whatever, and I laugh at that. You give me some vulgar ones, I laugh at the two. Then after a while, it's like I can see where you guys are just like, we're done. Combine these two words, get it done. Just get it done. Get out of the way. Just get it done. Get out.
It's like when the Americas were being settled, there was a certain degree of lack of creativity in the names.
Mhm.
So, like, there's multiple Manchesters and things like that.
Manchester.
And there must have been some settlers who got to a certain place and are like, right, we're going to build a settlement.
Mhm.
There's already like 16 Manchesters, 4 dozen Springfields. What should we call this one? I don't know. Cockwomble. And I'm like, Cockwomble? I'm like, yeah, why not?
Oh my gosh, it's funny, but no, I enjoy it. I enjoy the differences because it gives you a time to learn, right? So when I had Tomby on, right, and of course,
yeah,
no different from your end too, to learn about how the living aspect, right, the living aspect of, because again, a great example, right, is when that article came out of the heat wave, right? You remember that? It's like, I don't know how much in Celsius, but in American Fahrenheit, because there's like Samoa or whatever that uses it. In Fahrenheit, it was like 78 degrees. So we, as Americans, not all of us, but some of us kind of laughed at that because it's like, we're down in Texas and we deal with triple digits and all that stuff. And you're just, but the point of the matter is though, is that the how your cities are and how your homes are completely different from what ours are.
Yeah,
because
totally.
yours more enclosed and yours are more to keeping heat. I'm talking with Tommy about this as well. But at the end of the day, though, it was also the humidity factor, right? Because it was humid during that part too. You guys are not used to that factor. We are. We're used to a lot of humidity. You go into Louisiana, some parts of it are so humid, your sweats. The best way to describe it. And during summer, at least one time for a week, it was so hot and humid that the actual temperature got up to almost triple digits at times. But it's the humidity that changes things. You can have a dry heat and it's still hot, but it's not as bad. But when you add humidity to it, it gets a lot worse because when you sweat, you are sweating to cool yourself down. That's how our bodies work. But in humidity, you can't get cool because you're continuously sweating to get cool, and it doesn't work because
your sweat's warm.
Yeah, and it's not evaporating. That's how it works. And so we had that indifference where some of us laughed at that. It's like, you guys can't handle that at all. But the point of the matter is because you're in a space where it's not made for that at all. Not for the relief of it or whatever. ACs for you or air conditioned units or whatever you call them. Air cons, I think is what Tomby has said.
Yeah.
Those are a rarity.
Yeah, they aren't common at all. And they're
Because
also quite expensive.
Your electrical system can't well, at least that's what I thought was the story, is that your electrical system can't handle it. Even we have our own troubles, but we're up to the point where we can handle it. But your systems aren't made to handle air cons. And so
I mean, the electricity thing isn't really a factor because the voltage in our plugs is higher than American ones.
Yeah, there's a difference of that. There's different plugs, different whatever. So there's that. But the difference, the grasp of the difference in the cultural aspect for me is interesting because I've never been to the UK. I'd like to go. I mean, it'd have to be a financial thing. And of course I'd have to get my passport, but I'd like to go simply for one, just to see for myself. Right. And of course I'll at least be in a place where I can understand somebody. If I was able to go like Japan or something, I'd be like, I am way out of my depth there, and England and all that would be. But the thing of it is that there is a totally different aspect of you're on the left side of the road, we're on the right. You come to here, you're like, what am I supposed to do? Same if I were to go over there. There's a lot of cultural differences, but that's a great opportunity to learn something because yes, we have a history. I mean, not personally because I wasn't alive then, but we do. Our countries do have a history with each other, being enemies at first, and then being friends later during the World War II and all that stuff. So there's that.
Besties.
Well, I mean, it depends on the president, but still, the point of the matter is that we've had our histories, right? And so to come from that far to that point and to come now, there's a huge swath of differences of how each side viewed that point and so on and so forth, right? Because history varies depending on the viewing of, or what is the phrase?
There are some common misconceptions that Americans seem to have about British people as well.
Yeah.
Like, for some reason, we've all got weird, crooked teeth, like we're in a Roald Dahl novel. And I'm like, what British people are you talking to?
Well, there are some that prove the point, so you can't really blame it on us. But then
the thing is, those people we take the piss out of too, because they look freakish.
I mean, you could say it for some Americans too, so it's not that far. But you're not wrong.
Warm beer is another one. You won't find warm beer here.
Is it like you're talking about the alcoholic aspect, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't
like,
drink.
It's
so.
it's just not really a thing. Different types of alcohol do have to be stored at different temperatures.
Right.
But the kind of beers that Americans drink, they think that we drink warm for some reason.
A warm beer, okay.
Which I think is actually a holdover from when American soldiers were here during the Second World War.
Ah, okay.
Because traditional pubs wouldn't necessarily have coolers or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody would be drinking like a lukewarm pint.
Yeah. But yeah, and again, and then there's probably more, even in the language factor, right? With with Fanny and stuff like that. But we're at least at a reasonable space where we can at least understand each other, because I can't go to Russia and understand them easily. There's a language barrier. With us, there's not much of a language barrier. There is to a degree, but it's not as much as it gets in the way of having a conversation. But for my end, for me, it allows me an ability to ask on the living aspect, the culture aspect, because there are a bunch of differences, and they're good in their own way for the people living them, right? You know, we can go into freedoms or whatever. That's a totally different aspect, but just the living aspect alone is a different ballgame.
No, there's also the differences within countries, isn't there?
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about accents.
Mhm.
It's true of the United States as well. You know, the way someone lives in California
Oh yeah.
isn't going to be anything like someone who lives in, you know, Michigan.
I would have gone with New York, but yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
You have the extremes. You have the extremes as well.
Yeah, but they're all different, aren't they?
Yeah.
The accents are slightly different, the cultural practices, you know, predominant religion, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It's all a little different practically everywhere you go.
Yeah. It's just there are the similarities that kind of combine them all are mostly in the rule book of things, and maybe some things that are so deep ingrained, like a cultural thing, like Americans in some retrospect will take different words from different countries and they'll adapt them to their own. So like words like you know, you have movies and stuff where they kind of bring s'il vous plaît, you know, oui oui, all that stuff. You know, there are some French words that maybe not said correctly, but Americans pick them up, and if they hook on, then people will, you know, do it in a funny way, or I'm French, le français, blah blah blah, all that stuff.
No, that's legitimately how French people talk. That's
Jeez. And then there's stuff like this stuff you see in movies, like "niet." Like I think almost every American knows how to say "niet" to some degree. That's known Russian.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to like Japanese stuff, people will say it wrong, because they'll say "konnichiwa" or "arigato" or "sayonara" or "sayonara." I'm gonna get it right. Sayonara. That's it. That's how they say it.
Yeah.
But that's not how they're said at all. Once you study the language, it's not how they're said at all. So there are things that
I was actually talking to Hanayama about this, because Japanese has its own distinct rules as well, obviously.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And he was basically explaining that the pronunciation of things depends on the kanji it's based on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was like, oh, so that makes sense. And that's why a lot of words that are transliterated into English, for example, don't quite hit the same.
Yeah.
And they're not pronounced correctly.
Yeah. But we still adopt those things and use them in a funny way, use them as if we think we know it. Same with the English, right? We've done some stuff mostly in the accent department. So you'll see a lot of people try to do a Cockney accent. And this is mostly maybe My Fair Lady, sort of thing, where what was her name? Audrey Hepburn, right? She's American, but you'd have the all that stuff where you're just doing this sort of
I'm just picturing Audrey Hepburn walking around now like she's at a fucking baseball game or something, just going, "Oh."
Well, I'm not saying on that of her part, because she did My Fair Lady, where she was playing someone who was doing Cockney, and then the whole story of that. But you do have a lot of Americans who do Cockney. Oi, governor, and all that stuff. Bert from Mary Poppins. That's basically what they try to do. Is Bert from Mary Poppins?
Yeah, played by Dick Van Dyke, was it?
Yeah, Dick Van Dyke, one of the greats, still alive.
He actually, yeah, still crashing sports cars. He actually apologized publicly for the accent that he did.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's part of the allure of the film, because it's just so silly.
Well, and it plays. So you have Julie Andrews, wonderful lady, very clean. I would think clean, very posh. It seems like, because I don't know actually where she comes from in the UK. So
posh land.
Posh. Wow. No, yeah, okay. Well, whatever. Instead of giving me something I could, in actuality, all right, I'll take it. Let me show you my sarcasm. We'll really get started now. So you sort of have the difference between her cleanliness and his sort of dirtiness with his Cockney. So you have those up contrasts of that. She's very proper, prim and proper, and all those things, and all this stuff. And dear goodness, Julie Andrews may be prim and proper, but there were some movies where she would just throw out a word, and you were like, Mary Poppins. Because I think she does,
like superfragilistixpialidocious.
And then after that would be F you and that sort of stuff. But no.
Oh my goodness, that's rather superfragilistic. Now fuck off, you cunt.
Well, it's I wouldn't say it's a stereotype. It was just a image of that she portrayed, and whether it was against her, against her portraying it because she played movies with family stuff, or maybe that's what she wanted to portray for a certain period of time. She did do movies that weren't, didn't have that family sort of thing, and of course she's made some family books, kid books, whatever. It's fine, but I think there was at one point, I believe she was trying to get away from that, because again, you do, after a period of time where you portray that image, it does become a stuck stereotype or typecast.
Typecasted,
typecasted. And so I think she, and at some point didn't, but I mean, she has the appearance of being friendly. I mean, she did do stuff with Carol Burnett. They seem to be very good friends, and all that stuff. But it's just, there's a point where a person wants to get away from the typecasting of themselves. And you can't fully blame them, because they did get themselves in that position. So, but I think there's a point where somebody like yourself would want to get away with that. But yes, there was the cleanliness of her accent versus Dick Van Dyke's dirty Cockney accent. And of course, you got Michael Caine. It's not dirty, but it's very smooth sounding, I feel, when he talks.
I think that's one of those things that you might think that way simply because he's been around and acted in so many things with basically the same accent for so long.
Oh, yeah.
That you've essentially just gotten used to it.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I watch a lot of YouTube channels of people that are Jamaican or Indian, as well as Americans. Now, they obviously all sound very different from each other, but you listen to something enough, you pick it up, you learn it, you start to understand people better.
Yeah.
Because there's like some React channels of some Indian folks, and I've had it playing when I've had visitors, and they're like, we can't understand a word they're saying. I'm like, they are speaking English.
Yeah.
You're just not used to the accent.
Yeah, there's a lot of. I believe there's many English Indians as well, where they have there's the Indian accent within, but they are English, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's been a few. There's been a few actors, at least. Well, not actors, but there's just been a few where you have Indian speaking people who speak English, and that's probably par for part of when the UK, India was under the UK rule, and you probably had people transfer over from there and all that stuff, and just all that jazz. They were probably the better migrants than the ones you guys have now.
Oh yes.
But more than that, it's just a mixture of it's more English, but there's a mixture of their Indian accent. Like oh yeah, good day, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, because of the languages that they've come from, in a familial sense, you can hear the little twangs of the original language affecting their English, even though most of the time they will sound like an English person.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, you again from the American aspect, you're going to get people who are going to do the sort of like with Irish, right? Oh, me Lucky Charms. Oh, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then Scottish. I think Scottish is more going to be like maybe Sean Connery, but it's going to be like it's going to be a very hard Billy Connolly sort of thing, right? Because Sean Connery was he had a very twerk or something in his accent that made him a little different. But you have something like Billy Connolly, who's very Scottish, Craig Ferguson. Craig Ferguson is another example of the Scottish thing, and
again, it's another example of the regional differences.
Yeah,
because someone from Glasgow doesn't sound anything like someone from Edinburgh,
right? Or someone from Liverpool sounding like someone from Yorkshire. I think so they say it.
Yorkshire.
Yep.
Yeah.
And believe me, I'm a Beatles fan, so I know.
There's a TV show called Rabsy Nesbitt. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
Rabsy Nesbitt. I feel like I've heard the name before, but I don't know what it would be about.
Well, it's basically about a bit of a buffoon who lives on a council type area. But everybody speaks in an extremely heavy Scottish accent. To the point in which, when it was first screened in England, it had to be played with subtitles. I mean, my family understood it because 3 of my 4 grandparents were Scots.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Were they...
Well, I was just going to say, even though my mother's father, one of my granddads, even though he was Scottish, she couldn't understand him at all.
Wow. That must have been hard growing up.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Especially what was her mom, English or Scottish as well?
Well, my mum's mum came from a bit of a gypsy background.
Ooh. Ooh.
And it was so there's 2 kinds of gypsies that we have here. There are Roma gypsies, who are the ones descended from the European gypsies.
Right.
And then there are people that we now call travelers, who are predominantly Irish folk.
Interesting.
And she came from the Irish version.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's interesting because she was probably more easily understandable, but still, that would.
Oh yeah, and she sounded English because she was.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah, because gypsies always have a bad rap to them anyway because of already seen enough of that.
Oh yeah, they still do here.
Jeez. It's probably what the Aborigines are for the Australians.
Yeah, probably.
To some degree. But yeah, it's just that's where the opportunity lies for this sort of thing, right? Even if I ask about the silly stuff, because I don't live where you live. I only get to see snippets through YouTube videos, movies, all this stuff, because there used to be a show on PBS that I used to like to watch when it was going, was Sherlock, right?
Yeah.
Sherlock. There have been many shows from the UK that have come up. Of course, you got BBC America, Doctor Who, all that stuff. There have been a lot of things where there's a showcasing of English culture in retrospect, even though it's sporadic of Welsh and all this other stuff, just in the whole. Yeah. And not all that history has been great either. Obviously, the English and the Irish have a sordid history altogether.
I mean, a lot of that is primarily issues with the Irish population and the way they were treated by the monarchy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I say, English, Scottish, British people in general.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any beef with the Irish. They're just Irish folk. We don't even think of them as being foreign.
Yeah. Well, going back to an old movie, it's the same sort of thing with what Braveheart was, right? Where it was the Scottish, English. I don't know how much of that's a true history, but
virtually none of it.
Really? No, William Wallace doesn't exist, huh?
Some of the characters exist.
Okay.
The events that unfolded, basically, no.
Wow. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Good movie.
Yeah, I think freedom.
Yeah, iconic.
Yeah. Hey, Panda Sub. Nice
Same with the Patriot as well.
Oh, that's right. Well, there are a lot of great English actors in that too. Anyway, hello, Panda Sub. How are you? I hope you're enjoying your vacation, because I know you are a busy man and you need to take a break. I'm glad you're taking a break, my good sir, and thank you for coming. Panda Sub is a previous guest as well, along with Cyber Mario. But yeah, it's this is the thing that gets me, right? I know there are historical movies, right? Patriot, whatever. My question is, even though it's a long history past, how do the English feel when they get involved in that sort of, it's not a biography really, but sort of a, I don't know what you would call the Patriot, like a historical drama sort of thing, whatever.
Yeah.
What is your thought, or maybe their thought, when you are an actor or actress and you're playing in this position where all that history is past, right? It's all far beyond you. It means nothing to you in the sense of you weren't there. You can't, whatever.
Yeah.
What is he saying? Well, I'm not an interviewer. I'm just a conversationalist. That's what I'd rather be. An interviewer is someone who asks only questions and tries to do this thing and then ends after an hour. I'm at 3 hours and 30 minutes, not by full choice, obviously, but I'm enjoying it. So I'm not saying like I gotta get more hours. No, I'm just it's the fun conversation stuff, and it's the weekend, so we'll go on to longer, but not for too long. So the question becomes is, you're doing this historical drama thing, and it involves a history that you had no part of, but it has historical significance, and it does portray the English in a bad light because, again, it was. There we go. I love you already, Panda Sub. Enjoy your vacation time. There you go. Conversationalist. I enjoy that. I like that one better.
Yeah.
But how does that get seen by you guys? Because again, it is a far off, distant memory, but it is still something that does get brought up quite a bit, even now, because again, the Constitution, the rules, quite different from Parliament and how it runs its thing. But from your perspective, how do you go about seeing that? Because I can't imagine other than saying it's a paycheck, they see it as
Yeah.
something as a great positive because it does portray. It is a history. It does portray you in a negative light of that point in time. So I don't know what your perspective was on that.
Well, I'd say the vast majority of people generally don't care about history. Like, it's not, unless you're someone like me that's interested in history,
Right.
and it bothers me because I know, so much of it is just flat out wrong.
Right.
But your average person gives no thought to it whatsoever. They'd probably
Right.
just watch it, act in it, and just go, yeah, it was a good movie.
Yeah, I got paid. That was a big paycheck, or stuff like that. Because I've always been interested in that aspect. Because not always, but I've been interested in that aspect because that does put people in a time period where they didn't exist. Right? They weren't alive. That was their ancestors. It was a time of war. It was a fighting over freedom of sorts and much of different other things. But like you said, there are some histories that are incorrect, but that can be on both sides too, right? The what is the saying? The victor or the winner writes history or whatever it is. And so, you know, it's a culmination of things where you kind of have to take both in stride and try to find the truth somewhere in the middle, because neither side is going to portray everything correctly, because hey, we won and they lost and all the other stuff. But like, for
well, yeah, it's funny you should mention that as well, because me and Hanayama were talking the other day, and quite often our post-chinwag discussions go until like 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
That's because we're both vampires. And obviously he's Japanese German. I call him Axis Bro.
True.
But it's all in good spirits, like. And we were saying that despite the fact we've been to war twice in the 20th century with the Germans, devastating wars.
Oh yeah.
We still prefer Germans to French.
Well, when you're that's viewed as someone that gives up easily, I mean,
that's another thing as well. We take the piss out of them and say, "Oh, look at what are the colours of the French flag? White."
Hello, we surrender. Americans, help us, please.
But yeah, we only do that with the French because they've been both our greatest enemies and some of our best allies.
Right.
It's like two pals that passively aggressively taunt each other. It's like they called us island monkeys.
Oh, that's a good one, but it's so bad. That's so
pretty funny though, isn't it?
Oh my gosh. It works because it's partly true, but I don't.
Oh, thanks.
No, I'm trying to think. Would the UK be? I mean, I would maybe if you separated the Ireland from, you could call it an island, but is the whole of UK considered an island itself?
I think it's considered more of an archipelago.
See, which is a collection of islands for people who don't know what an archipelago is. That's what Japan is.
Yeah.
Japan is a archipelago. When you get closer looking on the map, you see that it's not all interconnected. There are some spaces where it's missing. But so yeah, because
it's just like you say, a collection of islands.
Yes. That's the Britannia Encyclopedia definition of what an archipelago is. How much is it? It's about $59.99. Fudge you. But
I'll go to the archipelago of Tortuga to get it instead.
Oh yeah. Get a little Pirates of the Caribbean right there, I see. No, we named
Jack.
We named the Monkey Jack.
funnily enough, that was an island monkey.
Oh wow! Really? Oh, they're called
Capuchins.
Capuchins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's where we get cappuccino from.
Hey.
It's made of monkeys.
Ugh. Yeah.
You just chuck them in a blender. It's easy.
No. It's probably made from the. It's probably made from them eating the beans and pooing them out. Which there's a thing for that.
Oh yeah. That's a whole thing.
Oh gosh. I imagine someone drinks a coffee. He's like, "Oh my gosh, this is the greatest coffee I've ever tasted. What is this? Oh, it's blah blah blah. You know, you've never had it before? No, I've never had it before. What do they do? Well, there's a certain animal. It eats it. It goes through its digestion system, and they poop it out.
Well,
like,
you know, yeah, go on.
No, it's just one of those things where you're like, yeah. Sometimes it's best not to say the truth.
Funnily enough, the red color that's used in fabrics used to be derived, and still is in some parts of the world, from beetle extract.
Yeah,
it's called a cochineal. They're cactus beetles.
Yeah.
So a lot of Chinese foods that has like a red seasoning on it is made from that.
Dang it! I gotta stop going to my Chinese place.
So you're like, this rib tastes like beetle.
Hey, Lost Tales. I'm guessing D-Day Cobra just got done. I'll be honest. I don't plan long streams. I do. When I do during the weekday, I do try to keep it to like 2 hours or so. Yeah. Only later. Because I don't. Because I do have to go to work. In the morning during the weekday, but I don't have to here.
Yeah.
But the ability of having a conversation and letting it go anywhere, and it just continues throughout. I mean, there's eventually I'm going to have to call it a night because I do have to set up for a stream tomorrow as well. So here's the funny thing, right? I have from here until what is it? So from here until the 17th, every day is full.
Yeah.
That was not by choice. That was by accident. Some people would only be able to come on at a certain point. It's like, oh, okay. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting thing. But I'm not burnt out on it. It's just yes, I will agree. It would be nice to have somebody like Neurotic on once, or Epic Big Mike or something like that. That's great. That'd be nice. It's just speaking on a human level, person to person, all this stuff. What we've been doing for the past, well, actually, I'd say 2.5 because you did join me for Pay It Forward, so I won't count the hour. But the issue
just before we go further, I just want to give you another example of slightly gross food. Now, years ago, there was a scandal in the UK in that some of Tesco's meat products, I think they were either like burgers or meatballs or something like that.
Right.
It was discovered they had horse meat in them and not beef.
Oh.
So they went through this public campaign of like, oh, no more horse meat. And they then became entirely processed beef. And the ironic thing is, people then complained that these weren't as flavorful as the previous ones. People wanted the horse back.
There is such a thing, and I'll agree to this. There's such a thing as idiocracy, and it doesn't have to be derived from the movie. It just exists, right? Where there's a thing of where people would like to think that we're 80% rational and 20% irrational, and that's been a thought all over. If I were to say that to anyone else, they would, including you would somewhat agree to that, because I mean, we think that at times, right? It's quite the opposite. We are 80% irrational and 20% rational, and 20% on a good day. 20%.
Yeah, that's what I would agree with.
Yeah. And so for me, when you hear stories like that, so I have another one, right? In my local paper, there was a story about two brothers, and they fought over a hot pocket. And one of the brothers killed the other brother for a hot pocket.
Yeah, I think I saw about that. I'm just like, buy another one. Split it in half.
You think
murder your brother?
Yeah, you think that would be the case, but then the ironic part is that you don't need to wait 700 years for an actuality of that to happen. That is now. That's been now for quite some time. There is no difference between, there are smart people out there, sure, but that's an inference of what we view as smart, right? An intelligence factor, this or that factor, or street smart, whatever. There's different versions of smart, or views of smart, wisdom, and all this stuff. But
even if you were to look at the population in terms of traditional IQ, there's a hell of a bell curve there.
Right. I can believe that.
And the vast majority of people tend to fill up the lower end of the bell curve. And the number of people that are geniuses are very few. And then you've got a big chunk of people that are just kind of regular.
In the center. It boggles to some degree in my mind when you try to explain to someone, not in a mean way, right? You're just trying to say, look, even, you're not trying to come down on them hard, but you're just trying to explain that situation, right? Where there are a lot of people who are at the lower end of things, then there's the middle end, and there's a very high end. But that high end is like 0.0001%.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But that doesn't mean you're an idiot. Your actions, your choices make that definition.
Yeah.
Right? Again, with the example of the brothers, an example you gave as well, your actions and sometimes what you say make that definition come true. And the ironic factor is that we can point to the whole IQ thing and say, oh, you're smart, you're not, and all this stuff. IQ is not the end definition of it all, of a smart person.
Does it tell you anything about people's morals?
Even even beyond that. And there's that's quite a difference where people, and it's the funny thing is, a long time ago, Elon Musk was at some sort of forum or whatever, and he was giving some sort of I can't remember what it was, but he said in it that statistics that there was some sort of thing like where statistics, like 75% or 80% of statistics are incorrect.
Yeah.
And people rely on that data in order to show that whatever this is this.
Wouldn't it be ironic if the statistic about statistics he gave was one of those bad statistics?
The interesting thing, the point out of that to make is that who is taking the data in?
Yeah.
We are. Human beings are. Now, a certain set of human beings are because, scientists and whatnot. But that does not mean that the data taken in is correct because we use different instruments. And if there's money involved, you're going to fudge the numbers a bit in order to keep your money rolling in or your whatever. So the thing of it is that even with pulling data and all this stuff, the thing of it is, though, is that at the end of the day, most of what we do is tried and tested to a degree. But even that doesn't stay the same because tests in a majority factor are done in a controlled environment.
Yeah.
Right? And even a controlled, funniest thing in the world, even a controlled environment is not a controlled environment.
Yeah.
So funniest thing, when you get down to the thought processes of it, and you just sit down and think about it, not in any deep thought or whatever, but you just kind of get your canoe and you just kind of go on those shallow waters and you just go out there. It's like You think that for a bit, it's like, how far do you have to get before you realize that we're not really all on the smart spectrum here? and we're doing guesswork a majority of the time. Oh, there. Okay, so big black guy. 79% of conversational data is made up on. Are you just saying that because of me? Is that what? Let me just type some mean words in the big black guy. No, it's a fascinating when you really get down to sit down and think about it. You really get in this moment. It's like we're mostly at a point just doing guesswork. I mean, not a total of it. I mean, some of it does require this testing and all this stuff to do, but at a majority point, we're kind of doing guesswork at some point, and it's just like.
Well, here's something that's quite an alarming fact.
Yes.
Almost all medical studies that are performed on mice are performed on clones.
Cloned mice.
Cloned mice, yeah. So the results of a lot of these things may be dependent not simply on the species, but that individual mouse's specific genetics. So it could mean that most medical studies ever done are way off. way off.
Ooh, man. That's a resounding factor for trying to better understand these systems we set up for ourselves, because we do set up systems to, rules and whatnot, and better understand and data and all this stuff. Because again, you will hear stories of malpractice, medical malpractice, or someone wrong, or whatever. But the funniest thing in the world is that when you start going through this process, when you start looking at them, we're almost walking blind at this point.
Pretty much, yeah.
In your country, because it's so varied and so wide, you think you're on a basketball court and the lines are defined and the rules are defined, whatever. There's some rules, but after that, it's a roller coaster ride of just like
Well, this is where AI is going to get particularly fascinating, because it will not only discover through its own research all of the things that we've gotten wrong.
Right.
It will reach a point in which it can predict even our most unpredictable behaviors. But they're only unpredictable to us.
Right. The only issue is that they can still lie to us. Because
yes, they can.
Because we don't create we would create them that way, right? The real truth, if they were even to tell the real truth at all, would be so scary and so jolting that your whole, at least in the thought process of, your whole view or chunk of your view of reality would be so catastrophically just gone.
Yeah.
Because more than not, whether it be by your country, by your name, and some of it's inadvertently, right? It's not on purpose. There is intent in some ways, and more than that, it's inadvertently. You're brainwashed to believe certain things.
Yeah.
Some of it's accidentally, some of it's unintentionally, and some of it is intentionally. But you're also having people create these computer programs, algorithms, whatever you want to call it, and they're going to create them in a way so they don't lie to you, because your reality won't agree with what's being said. That's the stuff you see on social media, right? When someone says something that doesn't agree with them, they go in this ballistic defense state, and they hyperventilate. They make up stuff that isn't true. They try to not listen. They try to get things that confirm their bias, confirmation bias, right?
Yeah.
Then you have cognitive dissonance. So two things. There are a lot of things that affect us, but those are two big things that are a part of us all, because we're still chasing our own brain. That's the thing of psychology, right? This neurology or something like that. I can't remember what the technical term is, but that's the inference of what neurology and psychology are. chasing the brain. The brain is chasing its brain. The brain is trying to chase itself to understand itself better. That's the most ironic thing to say of us. Is that we've created this scientific notion, method, whatever you want to call it, to better understand ourselves. So we're basically having our own brain chase itself through someone else, of course, but through. When you start thinking about it, it's like, I don't know how we're still alive.
Yeah, it's baffling, isn't it?
It's very baffling. And you can look at data whatever you want to and all this stuff. And just the amount of stuff we deal with on a daily basis, the germ stuff, the bit of an accident or whatever, or all these different things like a ratio or whatnot, statistical ratios.
Yeah.
The gift of life is about as fragile as sitting a glass vase in the middle of a street.
Yeah. I always say to people, I'm shocked perpetually that there aren't more car accidents than there are. That more people don't die in these horrible crashes.
Right.
Because it's just chaos with a few rules chucked in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can't rely on other people's decision-making skills.
But there's a funny part when you're on the road driving, right? And I imagine you drive, maybe.
No.
You are relying on them to at least have remembered the rules enough for them not to crash into you or know how to drive, especially during winter, right? Icy roads and all that stuff. And yet, that's a lie. That's a lie based on the fact that you assume that regard. Because everyone goes through the same process, right? Here's how you get your license. Here's a book you read. I don't know how it is for the UK, but in the United States, we do study tests. We do all this stuff. We have to do an actual test. We go out. We test all this stuff. Parallel parking, whatnot. And we believe in the lie that everyone's gone through this enough that they should know how to drive. And yet we still have car accidents.
Yeah, and we believe that everybody's moral, but we know they're not. But we just can't distinguish who is and who is not until they've done something bad.
Yeah, well, we can't mind read. Obviously, I can't mind read anyone in chat or anything like that. I can't mind read other human beings, and I wouldn't want to either. But that's where the situation lies at. We lie. I've said this before a few times over, is that our world is sort of like on the edge of a knife, right? In the political sense, right? Because a lot of countries have nuclear weapons, and that was what I was talking to Urban Holmes said yesterday about, is that while I got his point, my point was that the bigger concern are the nuclear weapons that a big chunk of countries have.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, it doesn't matter anymore whether you want to be on local or not, or whatever. We still have to be concerned about those things that can affect us on a larger scale, that if too much happens to that's lifted off and bombed or whatever, it will affect our whole atmosphere.
Well, this is something that I brought up on the Chinwag on Wednesday, actually.
Well, you got to speak at least.
Yeah, Stasis and Hanayama paused for a few minutes, and then I managed to get a few words in edgeways.
Hold on, guys, hold on. Mute
him. Is the prospect of World War III, given the events that have happened in the Middle East recently.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that has historically been the largest powder keg on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like someone's just lit a fuse.
Right, yeah.
Now, the issue is if you get people from other regimes starting to line up behind some of these state actors, that's it. It's done. We're already at 90 seconds to midnight on the doomsday clock.
I'll put that. I'd more put it at what they say for, what was it? If a country, I think there is, if the country, Russia or China, whatever, was to launch nuclear missiles, the president, our president, would have 6 minutes to respond. Yeah. And that's where the whole thing of mutually assured destruction comes in.
Yeah. Yep.
Because if you're going to do it to us, we're going to do it to you. And basically, an entirety of human civilization gets wiped out to almost nothing because we have all these weapons. But yeah. It's mind-boggling how much, especially with the C-19 or COVID, we saw in the supply chain factor of how fragile the systems we create are. We're all on just tightrope wires, hoping we'll make it through the day.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that was a just bizarre situation, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. And Big Black
people.
Sorry.
No, go on.
Big Buck says, I got hit one time by someone just taking off from a stop sign when I was legally going through an intersection on a clear day. I realized then how much we trust others to be left. Exactly. You have to be mindful of your space. That's why when I drive, I have to be mindful of, maybe not all of it, because I am focused on the Ford action. But problem of it is, even during winter, you have to be responsible of your bubble area of personal space while driving, because that person behind you, especially if the road is icy, only has a few seconds to stop, and you have to be aware of them.
Yeah.
Now, you can't see everything because that's too much. But
speaking of which, Jack Tarlad has just launched a new show on his channel.
Oh, the dash cams, yeah.
The dash cam footage, yeah. And that's a show that I'm not sure how entertaining it is or alarming, but it's a bit of both, because that shows exactly how little judgment a lot of people have. And think of the sheer amount of dash cam footage there is out there of people causing accidents.
Mm-hmm.
A fair bit.
A fair bit. Same with America, right? You only hear the bigger ones, right? Cause a lot of damage or whatever. You don't hear about the small ones though, very much, unless it's a local paper thing, right? And even then, you might not hear it all because there's some accidents. They go through their thing. They don't get told about the paper because the paper doesn't care about that. They care about whatever.
Yeah, well, even Tomby got into a crash several months ago.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
And he's just recently posted the footage of it as well.
Yeah, it was. I didn't get to see it, but someone like jumped him or something, or like it jumped over a turnaround or something like that.
Yeah, just basically drove straight through a roundabout, hit him, and then just drove off. It was some old lady.
I know you shouldn't laugh at that, but it's like Tom is getting taken out by an old lady. Now that's something right there.
Oh yeah, our people are savage no matter the age.
Tommy, how do you feel driving? Look, mate, no, you just drive. You just drive. But no, I agree.
It's like saying you got beaten up by a 6-year-old.
Dad, what happened to you? Your bloody 6-year-old slapped me around like I was nothing.
You bloody well gave me a black eye, he did, bastard.
Oh, right in my eye, and then he tried to get me a brown eye too. It's bad. It's just very bad.
Little bugger was possessed by a demon.
I can't believe you named him Damien. That is just the worst. Why would you name him Damien?
Why did you call him Damien Lucifer Satan?
Well, we thought DLS would work as a name. Look, I know you love your photography, but let it go. Let it go. Just let it go. Just your child.
Leave it at.
Look, your child is devil incarnate. Either get a priest or I'm getting a shotgun. It's going to be one of the two options. I just want to see a horror movie that does it like that. And it's just like, Grandpa's got to take care of it one way or another. He was a big 6-year-old, Abe.
Pretty much.
Oh, man.
A 6'4" 6-year-old.
6'4". Oh, oh my God.
And we got some big kids.
Oh yeah. The only way that would work is from the movie Jack. That Robin Williams in, he had that pituitary things like 40 years old or whatever. That's the
Yeah.
only way that could work. But yeah, that's just like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it is kind of, lucky that he's alive. He probably only got off with whatever, but he's at least alive at least. So that's something to praise for. But man, it like
Yeah.
he said, it's like Big Black said, it's hard to trust others with being logical. Where were you at? Were you like in some bar or something? What the hell? Were you like beaten up by a midget?
Now the kids just sat there swigging whiskey.
Hey,
Getting a bit rowdy.
hey, I'm sitting over here.
I'm walking here.
Okay, now you're going too far off the left. All right, you guys think I'm just talking about a midget, okay? Not someone from Jersey. All right. You want to take
They're
it
all
up
midgets,
with me?
aren't they?
What?
They're all midgets, aren't they?
So for sure, hey, I know where you live.
It's like, yeah, I'm your brother. We live together.
Oh,
Now give me that fucking hot pocket.
Oh man, that's just sad in itself. But no, yeah, I've only been in one car accident in my life, which I'm grateful for, hopefully. And it wasn't my fault, which is a great thing. Because I don't know how they deal with accidents in the UK. That's that cultural different stuff.
I've been in at least one.
Mm.
And again, that wasn't caused by the people I was with.
Mm.
Some bastard just rammed into the back of us. They
You know what?
obviously just weren't paying attention.
It's true.
They've never heard what a brake pedal is.
That's true. Or they were drunk. But
yeah.
There was, so I didn't have a car accident, and obviously nobody was involved, police were involved. It was just I was at a stop sign, right? So of course, Americans, we drive on the right side of the road. The English drive, UKers drive on the left side of the road, right, left. So I was at a stop sign. I was fully stopped because cars were going either direction. It's not like a whatever. It was just cars were going. I had to keep both on both ends. And so I was stopped, and all of a sudden, a minivan of sort just kind of bumped me from behind. Now, it wasn't enough to give me whiplash or my airbag to go off or leave a dent or whatever. It was just she bumped me into me. Yeah. And so you have these people who, guess what? On their phone. Hey, rule makers, you could make a law that states that you shouldn't be playing with your phone, and whatever, you can make it illegal and they could pay a fine. But if you aren't keeping an eye on it all the time, people tend to get away with it. So there's that.
I mean, you must have those laws already, right?
Yeah, we have laws where you have to have hands-free. You can't do this while on the road. You have to have hands-free and all that stuff.
Yeah, we've got the same thing, yeah.
But
still
the issue
doesn't stop people being stupid.
The crescendo of it all is that laws are created to some retrospect to be a form of friction, right? You want laws against murder. So you have to create steps of it to be more frictional every time, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't stop murder from happening, but it certainly slows down the process of there being more murder. Because we all know how much each other neighbor doesn't like each other much when you borrow their tools and never tell them. Look, I was only trying to make an Iceman out of the snow, right? It's just trying to all that stuff, right?
Well, what's interesting is the vast majority of murders, and this is generally universally true, unless you're, killed by the state or something.
True.
Is the vast majority of murders are crimes of passion. So, as we were saying before, people let their irrationality override any logical positions they may have.
Right.
So, say someone's rude to them. Let's say they've nicked a hot pocket. And they just get so angry that they lose their minds and kill someone. But that's not necessarily premeditated. And
Right.
even in the cases of premeditation,
Mhm.
it's the same thing. Like, say, some dude wanted to murder his wife or something because she
Mhm.
was cheating on him,
Mhm.
and then he plans to do something to her. That's
Mhm.
still basically a crime of passion
Mhm.
because of the people involved.
Yeah, it's I would have gone with sort of like if someone's drinking, right? The kind of inhibitions are lowered, and so you could get into bar fights pretty much easier because someone
yeah.
does it to you or whatever. And so there's that factor too. Um, but the um, irony of it all is that it's just it's never going to be not a thing because we're human beings and we're not a well coordinated species at times. If you're illegal, you cannot vote. Yeah, no, I saw that. The funny thing, Big Black saying they should make a law against breaking laws. Yeah, they do kind of do that or overwrite laws, whatever. But at the end of the day, laws are more about creating friction so that people will not do that more. They'll do it less. But then again, there's also the other part too, where like a child to a cookie jar, people will go around a way to try to get what they want.
Yep.
Even though you try to put something in their way. I mean, you can talk about all the stuff that's been in government, trans stuff or whatever. You can talk about that too. There's just so many things where that is the case where people will try to go around to get what they want because that's what they want. The kid wants the chocolate chip cookie. What is the kid going to do? If you're not watching, if you're not paying attention, they will do what they are capable of able to do without fully hurting themselves, because once they hurt themselves, they're going to be found out and all that stuff. So they're going to do it to the point where they don't get hurt too much. But still, it's like that. We haven't really, we could make all the laws, but it's going to friction it. But how about a law against breaking that law about breaking laws? Look, at that point, you might as well just call yourself a tongue twister and end the night, because I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. After you just do that, I'm done for the night. I just, no.
Yeah, and call that law the superfragilitic expialidocious anti-establishmentarianism law.
Dad, can you not sing that again? Okay. Wait, what's that song again? 5 hours later. You got it now, guys. I don't want to keep doing this anymore.
That just sounds like Cartman singing Carl's mom's a bitch every time he tries to sing it.
Yeah, that was funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's like, and then Carl's like, don't do it.
Don't do it. Well, don't you do it. Well,
Carl's mom's a bitch. She's a big fat bitch. She's a big bitch. You know what? She's a bitch to all the boys and girls.
And then they try to do like a sort of a small world after all with all the different countries and stuff.
Yeah, I love South Park.
Oh yeah, they actually their concert that was in like the Red Canyon is on.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
YouTube as a whole, so there's that too. But yeah, it becomes a philosophical discussion at a point when you start sitting down and realize how much of we not only rely on past trial and errors, because that does happen, right? We do rely on that, but relying on our ability to discern even with our biases and cognitive distances and whatnot. And again, we have neuroscience and all that stuff that tries to push that point or make that point, but we're in a space of at times we don't know, because we can't really rely on something that's a variant almost all the time. The funniest thing in the human language, at least from my perspective, is change is always constant.
Yeah.
But change is not always constant. That's the paradox of change. And saying that thing is, it's constant, but it's not constant because it's change. And so
change is the one constant throughout the universe. And sometimes that change is that nothing changes.
Which is a change in itself.
Plus,
Welcome.
I've got a pocket with some change in it.
There you go. See, welcome to the basics of the universe, where we come to screw your mind, and you leave with a question of, anyway, you walk away and you never come back. It's that one thing where you're trying to do this whole discussion with somebody on a philosophical or whatever scale. You make it grandiose, whatever, and they just start walking away because they're bored. Well, at least got rid of all my aunts and uncles for Thanksgiving. More turkey for me.
They got rewarded by the universe.
Yeah, they did. That just made it boring for them. Oh man, but anyway, sir, it has been, I think it's time to call it quits because I'm getting that point. But anyway, thank you so much, Abe, for coming on. Before we do go, we'll do the promotion stuff, and then of course, as Steve would call it, the Hat of Doom, but it's called Questions of Hat, and then we'll go from there. But anyway, Abe's link for his Twitter X is down below. Give the guy a look out. He's not creating any content yet, but he is on many other different places, and he'll hook you up. That's all I gotta say. Oh, here we go. Big Black says change is a constant, and that always never changes. The irony of it all. Chapter 2. Anyway, but from my end, whether you're from Rumble or whether you're from YouTube, hold on, I get there. If you wouldn't mind leaving a like, sharing the stuff, leaving a follow, or leaving a comment, anything that helps with the engagement is much appreciated, because again, guys, it helps me to be not only be seen more, but it also helps in the opportunity of having more guests on. Again, many of the people I have in my chat have been guests. Maybe they were chat first and then became a guest, doesn't matter. They became a guest through that process of engagement. So your help with engagement helps in that process of having more people on. I am connected like fireworks, right? So great example. I had a lady on. I was on a show too called Jessica. Through that point of contact in the chat, I met Jack Tarlat. Through that point of contact through Jack Tarlat, who's been on many a time, so you got to start working on it, Abe. I met.
I'll gladly come back.
Oh no, you're always welcome to come back. I met Tomby. Through Tomby has been DJ Smoot, Yarny, Hanayama, maybe Stasis if he gets back to me, Abe, of course, and then so many from beyond that point. And so this thing that I do is not about, creators, whatever. No, or creator spotlight, whatever. I don't care about that portion. This is about having conversations with other people, regardless if they're a content creator or not. Abe isn't a creator right now. Maybe one day. Mm-hmm. But skipping the hour for Pay It Forward, for 3 fudging hours, you just saw 2 guys shoot the crap about whatever. I know for some people it's hard to understand that factor because they're used to the topic structured thing, and that's okay. I'm not going to attack that. I'll give my perspective on it and what I think of it, but I'm not going to attack it as something is worthless or whatever. It's a point of contention. But I do this thing because there are so many people in this world, and whether or not they show their face, it doesn't matter. It matters if they're willing to take the opportunity to come on and have a chat. Because I'm telling you what, I wouldn't have the amount of followers, and I don't pay attention to that much, but just as a point of example, I wouldn't have the amount of followers if I didn't make those connections, if I didn't have those conversations. I wouldn't have the amount of different people with different contentions of stuff they like, hobbies, and all they do, and be able to some way connect. I understand for some people it's a bit of an anxiety ridden. I've had those people on here. I've had those discussions. But I also tell you, why pass up that opportunity? Right? Like, why would you there are content creators out there that will talk about topic structure stuff all day long. And you see it every day. Some of the content creators I follow every day. But do you think they'll ever invite you on? Do you think you'd ever have a chance to go on and just have a conversation with them, person to person? Right? Because we're all flesh and blood at the end of the day. I can get shot and I can bleed. Same as you. But I do this thing because we're at a point of a time, and it could be said of any point of any time. We're at this place of division, right? Our teams are splitting, all this stuff. And I'm here to tell you, across many different platforms, across many different varieties of perspective, of hobbies, of whatnot, I have had over 100 different guests. And some of them come back, which I'm grateful for. But why pass up that opportunity to not have that and come on and just talk about whatever? Again, a little over 3 hours between me and Abe. Now, obviously, Abe gets shouted down by Stasis because, Stasis is the big man of well, not Stasis. Stasis and Hanayama. They're very outspoken people, talking to people, whatever. They have that personality. You just saw 3 hours of just shooting a crap about whatever. And some of it just cultural aspects of it, which is just funny to do anyway. But where is that? I see more than that. Content creators talking about the entertainment industry. Great. Do it. If you want to do it, fine. Talk about political. Fine. If you want to do it, fine. Don't listen to me about what you should or shouldn't do as content creation. But it is a dismissal of the greatest resource that all content creators have. Their support. Their followers. And some of them aren't followers. Some of them are bots. I'm not going to argue against that. But where is that? Maybe out there and I don't see it. Totally fine. I've met some people who do freeform conversations. Didn't know anyone else did it. I mean, because I just saw, my basis was the Craig Ferguson show and Whose Line Is Anyway, the US version, not the UK. Even though they're about the same thing. But we don't really have much of talking about whatever, because at the end of the day, we're talking about, it's great to talk about how, government's down on us, whatever, we're the small dog to the big dog, but what's the next step? Where's the conversation for that, right? Where's the conversation about how our now systems, no matter where you are, may not be the best for now? That probably got us here this long by being there, but nothing's changed on the factor of it's always been, this or that. I'm not saying they should completely go away, but there are some pieces that just don't make sense anymore, at least from my perspective. Again, that's my perspective. That's the only one I'll speak on other than that. But again, that's why I have these discussions, because there's something fun in it. There's something of learning in it. There's something of awe in it. There's something of wonder in it, and so much more. I don't know how to sell myself. Not like that. In the marketing status to attract more people to say, I'd like to come on. I have very few people saying that. Rare. And my month gets filled like you just saw. But I don't know how to market myself very well. All I know is that I'm making these connections with all these amazing, wonderful people. Yes, maybe if you will block me, maybe if you will disagree with people I have on, but at the end of the day, it feels like this needs to happen more. Because I can reach into this pocket of platforms, 2 platforms I'm on, and have a wide swath of people come on. And I can't find that in the creators I follow and watch. I don't watch very much anymore because I'm doing this. So I only bring my perspective. I only bring my point to it. And I'm going to do more of it because I enjoy this factor. I enjoyed getting to talk to Abe, even though he's not very talkative on Chinwag, or he gets shut down. But Combi, Jack Tarlad, UB Legend, Phoenix Electra, Conspiracy Fans, Alaska Man Jeff, Alpha Zero Omega. So many people. Yes, a big chunk of them are creators, but that does not matter. I'm more of a human being as you are to me, and that's where sometimes my frustration comes. I'd like people to one point be able to come to me and say, I'd like to be on your show, so that way I'm not, strenuous energy and all this stuff. It just be easy pickings. But I know I need to keep doing this because people aren't thinking on that matter, or even care to do it. They just want to follow their content creator, whatever, talk about the current thing. I do this because, yes, I know I may not make a lot of money out of it to be sustainable to do it as a full thing gig, even though I'd have a part-time job in the background if I did or whatever. But this thing has shown me time and time again that, yes, it's got to be some persistence. You don't be pushy, but you ask, and you come back again later on. If they haven't told you no outright, you persist and see if it'll change your thing. If not, so what? So many other people, try again.
Mm-hmm.
But it shows me there's something there. There's an energy here that I just didn't see anywhere else. And maybe there is. I don't know. But I just didn't see anywhere else. Again, there are other content creators making the big bucks off of what they do. Fine. Whatever. That's not my... I mean, I'm appreciative of it. I'm not going to say no to it. But I find the conversation to be more valuable the more of my focus. Because you can get all the follows. You can get all the likes. You can get all the comments and all that stuff. And I appreciate them all. Do not mistake that. Do not mistake that. Me saying, just because I say that does not mean I don't want any of that. It means I am grateful for it, because at the end of the day, my focus is on the conversational aspect with other people, whether they are creator or not. Because at the end of the day, we are so divided amongst ourselves that the one thing I can think of doing, even though I'm not perfect at it, even though I'm not great at it, even though I've made mistakes, I've been late at times, I'm working with technology that would be considered bare minimum cheapo to some of these higher content creators. I consider this the greatest of honors because I get to reach across the table I never knew existed as much. Or could think I could do. I knew it existed, but I didn't think I could do it. And to continue every month, almost every month, since April.
Well, plus, the more people that you have on and the more varied those people are, the more dynamic the conversations can get.
And the more my self-bias, right, more of my world perspective can get to a more, in my eyes, a more refined point. Because at the end of the day, we do have our own biases. We have grown up in environments of what our parents taught us, of what learning in school or whatever. And so our mindset is configured to what's come before, right? It doesn't mean as an adult you can't learn about new different things or whatever. But to get out of your own bias and not to get so emotionally trapped when someone says something against you, that activates this little thing in your brain. It's like a defense mechanism, right? Of a disagreement or whatever. When simply just, maybe it is a slight against you, but guess what? If they don't get an emotional reaction out of you that benefits them, then you can stand a little taller than what they were trying to do to you, right? I'm not saying not have any emotion. I wouldn't say that at all. I have lots of emotion, but it's mostly just laughter and fun. But the point I'm trying to get across, and like you were saying, is that the dynamic to have more, to gain more, that, and it also goes to show that, again, there's a need for it there, but people may not know that. It's sort of the speaking the thing out loud sort of thing. I don't know what scenario that would be in, but it's sort of like saying the quiet thing out loud, right? If that makes sense. Yeah. But anyway, I went on too long on a tirade thing. It's just how best to express it. But anyway, if you want to see where else I'm at, there's a link down below. YouTube, Rumble, that's where I'm at. I also have a Twitter X. If you want to come on, you can contact me there or leave a comment under the YouTube or Rumble or my email, whatever it is. All my links are in the one link down below, and I hope to see you all. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. I'll have a guy on Fragniat who's also a Rumble gamer. Will be interesting to see. Most likely we'll set up things tomorrow because I'm there. It's like seeing the fog on the horizon. Like, I got it. But no, I am grateful for all who come on, who take up the opportunity to come on, even if it's only once. The people who do come on multiple times, like Jack Tarlad, like Tomby, and like so many others, you guys are the real people for this, because there's always more to talk about, even if it's just silly, stupid stuff. Let's get back to that a little bit. I know there's some serious stuff to talk about, nuclear weapons, government stuff, all that, but let's get to something that's more on the basis level, where we can sit at the table and not choke each other out, because it feels like that's what we're doing more of. And all that chat. So, but no, and of course, the other part is, I gotta go back to change the cap. Abe's the guest. Yes, have pine. Why didn't I? You were. God dang it. They totally kept it from you. Yeah. Oh, of course, totally. Yeah. Nothing about Abe saying guess who's on Friday all the time this week. I never tell you anything. Dude, you're on this month. Forget it. If you're going to act like that. Scotsman? When are you going to have Scotsman on? A Scotsman on? Well, the only Scotsman I know is Critical Drinker, and that's a long stretch. That would be, I can try, but that's
Spoon the DJ's half Scottish.
Smooth. Okay, so I did get something, but it just in content or person I know, that would be Critical Drinker. And I will say this, I did try emailing Nerdotic just as a try. Got no response back. But I don't know. The door is always open if they do. I mean, I could try Critical Drinker because he's the only Scots person I know, in a sense, but that's a big wish and a prayer, because once the content creator gets big enough, I do think there is a little thing in their brain that says maybe not go for that person because they don't have the numbers or whatever. That's not assuming that's what he thinks. That is just a perspective I've seen. I feel like that's what happens when you get big creators. They won't reach down to the small. And I am a small creator by any means. You look on either side of YouTube or Rumble, I'm small. But I don't look at it that way. I look at it as one more person means one more opportunity to talk to, and all that stuff, whether it's on YouTube or Rumble. So, but anyway, yes, we go on to the game I have. Oh, the thing I have is not a game, but it's called Questions from a Hat. I know Steve would like to call it something different, but it's not going to work, Steve. It's called Questions from a Hat. You're never going to change me on it. But anyway, so what happens is, and again, Gabe, you've been here plenty of times before, but for those in the chat, what happens is that the guest gets 2 freebies. And of course, since I'm only monetized in Rumble, not YouTube, so I can't get anything from YouTube. Sorry. There has to be a rant given for free hat. No, this is my hat. It's not free. It's not free. But yes, the guest gets 2 freebies, and if anyone wants another one, has to give a rant. Doesn't have to, but if you want another question pulled out, you have to give a rant to do that. It doesn't matter the size. It doesn't matter. It just matters that it's one of those things. Yeah, you can call it a money grubbing scheme, whatever. It's just another way of even people send me $1, and that wouldn't be considered a whole lot by some, but it's just a way of getting a little something out of it and giving something a little out of it. Hello, Abe. My name's Dara. I like to play a game. I can't do that voice. That guy who does that voice is kind of good. Anyway, first question. But of course, because Tomby gave something earlier, that's going to count as 1. So there will be 3 questions because of Tomby. So thank you, Lucky Stars, for that. All right. Not looking into the hat, just kind of wiggling my hands around there. Oh yeah, oh it's all paper, all sprinkled up. Oh yeah, give me something. Ooh, okay, there we go. So here's one. Here's the first one. All right, here's the first one. And it is, what is the question? Oh, that's right, Count Dankula. Count Dankula is another one. I forgot. Anyway, do you prefer coffee or tea? I shouldn't ask this of you, okay?
Yeah, I think that one's obvious.
That one's obvious. Have you drank coffee though?
Yes.
Okay. Well, at least we know. But you UK guys, you English people like your tea a lot, way a lot.
I had a cup of tea before the stream started.
So I'd say so British, but I'm trying to be more. I know British is a thing, but the thing it's been for quite a while. But I try to be a little more formal. I try to say English because it is the more truer sense of it. Although there's Welsh and all that stuff, but still. And thank you, Big Block, for that. I much appreciate it. Got to write down Big Block's name later. Okay, here's number 2. Because those are what the post-it notes are on the wall, as of course you know. Number 2. What is number 2? So yeah, 4 total now. Okay. Number 2. What's the most... Oh, gosh. Probably should take this out of the hat. What's the most embarrassing item in your search history? You can pass if we don't have anything.
No, it's just that I search for a lot of weird shit, so I'm just trying to filter mentally through through all of it.
Dead dogs. Decisions are dead dogs. Right. Dead dogs are dead.
Most embarrassing.
Most embarrassing. So what the question is, yes. If you can't think of one, that's fine.
I can't think of anything because I'm shameless.
I kind of got that feeling. You're kind of shameless. I understand. So we'll ask a different one. Just because that question, I gotta take that one out because honestly, that's the one question you'd like to ask, but you don't want to answer because if you get asked it, it might not come up. What was the most embarrassing? You were looking at puppies. I was looking at puppies. It's not embarrassing.
It's like, what kind of puppies?
I don't want to say. All right, here's the replacement one. So this is still number 2. Okay. Do you prefer sweet or salty snacks?
Sweet.
Obviously, because the chocolate is better over there. I know in the UK or in Europe, the chocolate.
Cadbury's chocolate, some of the best in the world.
I'm good. See, that's why it should be at. Lost Tales says my embarrassing search history is finding Nemo. Whoa, oh, yeah. Let the world burn with that one. Goodness sake. Pixar's mom's got them back. How to get revenge in the 6. No, you should have said 8-year-old. It would have made more sense that way. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. All right, on to the third question. Change it. All right. Now, if I do reach in and I get the same question I've had before, I do reach in for another question because silliness. All right. Let's see this one. This is question number 3. And what is the question? This is a very easy one. Do you prefer cats or dogs? And why?
I generally prefer cats because they generally can just look after themselves. Right. Now, a lot of people seem to prefer dogs, but I think of them in terms of like the sex differences amongst humans. So like dogs instinctively understand order and orders, and they're loyal to a pack.
Yeah.
And that's just like human men, really.
Yeah.
Whereas cats, they're very much themselves. And if you do anything to annoy them, they will go buck wild at you. Plus, they're fluffier.
It's true. What do you consider male cats, though?
Well, male cats are the same as female ones. Ironically.
So, would you say that's a sign of a male feminist then?
Of course, you have to bear in mind as well that dogs have been domesticated purposefully by humans for a far longer period of time. So that's why they respond to orders like that.
Yeah.
Well, cats seem smug gits.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can be. They can be. It's you just have to know, much like women, you have to know how to treat them right. You have to respect their space.
Oh, sorry, that was the wrong answer. Okay, on to the last one. Cats will eat your face if you die. Have to love that. Well, I never known a woman to eat a man's face, but I mean, there are stories of face and something else. But anyway, under the fourth
serial killer has, but
yes, they are. They are a-holes. Yep. But you still love them, though. Still love them.
Yep.
That was a pretty answer. All right.
I mean, I like both, but I just prefer cats.
Yes,
I
probably
have
because
one.
that too. I was gonna say probably because of the musical, but you already have one. So
That movie adaptation of Cats was nightmare fuel.
yeah, the one with James Corbin, Taylor Swift, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they had Dame Judi Dench in it too. Come on, she must have been paid big bucks for that because there's no way, unless you like the Broadway thing itself, but still.
Dara, they gave them CG buttholes.
Nope. Not even gonna go there. Nope. Gonna just go right to the next thing, which is if I can get it untangled. Come on, don't tear. All right, here we go. Which is more? Oh, okay. Well, this one's a pretty, but from your perspective, which is more important for content creation, creators, or a platform?
I would say creators. Because if you can be charismatic enough that people want to watch you, people won't really care where it is.
Right.
Yeah, sure. On some platforms, you might get slightly higher numbers. Like, for example, right now, we've got 12 people in Rumble watching and 3 on YouTube. But people still come to either platform to watch.
Yeah.
So yeah, content creator.
Yeah, I've been that. I've sort of had that. I've asked other people too, and that seems to be the. I mean, it's kind of like a given question. Anyway, but for me, it's the same thing for when I try to advocate for multi-platforming, because YouTube has always been a great example of what happens when you're all on one platform, and they decide to yeet you. Is basically the word. And or as the young kids used to say, YOLO. If no one remembers what YOLO was, it was like you only live once, I think was the thing. But that's what
the ironic thing about that is that is a seriously old phrase. And then as soon as it got truncated into 4 letters, somehow it was cool. Whereas previously, the same people saying YOLO would have been like, you only live once. That's gay.
Oh, hey, have a good one, Mr. John. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, it's just those things where you don't think something would work well, and then you get it out there, and all of a sudden it's like the biggest craze ever.
Yeah.
Same with memes, right? Once memes become a thing, holy cow, they're still being used today. It's just not the same. It's just memes itself are all this stuff. It's just insane. But yeah, that's why I advocate for Oh, got a mod for Erwin and Betcher. Hey, have a good one, good sir. Mod well, and tell them to tip you a 5 when they can. But that's why I advocate for multi-platform, because we've already seen the stories with YouTube, and you know, Tommy's doing great with what he's doing because it's a necessity now. It's my point of view is it's non-negotiable for multiple platforms, because you have technology pieces out now. Like I'm using Rumble Studios, other people have StreamYards, whatever. You have a send out point that can send to multiple points, and sometimes for free. And while I understand it takes a bit of consideration to build on other platforms and all this stuff, we're almost done, Mr. John. We're almost there. We're almost there. It's been a long night. Get out.
Well, to use another old phrase, don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, that's one I've used as well, because again, we've seen what's happened to YouTube, what's happened to Twitch. It's not that even Kick has its own issues too, but we haven't seen too far to the field of what happens when you give one platform. If you're on one platform and you have all your content on one platform, you are basically asking them to call you the sub. What I don't want to. I'm not much of a cursor, but they're basically.
Yeah.
And that's cheating yourself out of opportunities. I know some people can't afford it technologically, because sometimes you need to, use an OBS, whatever. You need a bigger, processing power for a computer, whatnot. Understandable. But if you're able to get around that, and there's a lot of ways to do that, or there's enough ways to do that, you are shorting yourself. And I'm sorry to tell you, being on one platform only, no longer viable. Maybe to some degree. But as a content creator, nope. Because once something happens, they're able to take you down. Like in the case of YouTube, bye. All those years of hard work, all those hours, gone.
Thanos snapped.
Oh, yeah, and you ain't getting them back. There's no way to get them back.
Yep.
No Infinity Stones to get there. So I know people will probably say, well, I may try at times to advocate for on Rumble, but I'll just say take up two platforms. Doesn't matter what. And do it. Because you are not doing yourself a service. You are doing a disservice to your content and to your time. Same with people who put all their stuff on a platform and die. You think your stuff's going to be there forever? Maybe in chopped up videos that someone else can use for their own content. But do you really think that when you die and you've made all this content in the world, you think it's going to be there for very long? We've already seen what happens with the whole YouTube stuff, right? Someone flags your stuff or whatever. It's gone. No one is there to defend no one kin-wise is there to defend yourself. Boom. All that legacy you thought you built up, gone.
Yep. And you can just use other social media platforms like Facebook, MySpace, Tumblr. The history of that has already happened. So why wouldn't it happen again with a different medium?
Exactly. Gosh, let alone I remember MySpace, and that was that was a long time ago.
It was like 20 years ago, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. Yep, it was. Then you had Tumblr. Tumblr used to be the big thing back in the day, and then they banned R18 content, and they just
Yep.
They're still around, but their power is abysmal at best.
Yeah.
Facebook feels like what MySpace is now. It's mostly just for older folks.
I've basically stopped using it.
Plus of all the stuff.
I've barely used it in probably about 2 or 3 years now.
I got rid of it a long time ago because it was just I had Instagram and all that stuff. It was just time consumption and whatnot. But and then he says we were making friends on MySpace cyberbullying by default. Those were the days. Yeah, You could do a bunch of stuff on MySpace, but at the end of it all, like I said before, change is constant. So why do you think your stuff's going to be forever? Statues.
I cheated with those friend rankings because you could modify the HTML of your MySpace page. So I just generated more rows. I'm not just having 8 friends listed.
Yeah.
Hell no. This is going to be a column that goes all the way down the page.
But we all know who was all our true friend on MySpace, and that was Tom. Thank you, Tom. Every time someone new came on, Tom was always there. That's the miracle of Tom. He made a lot of money by selling off MySpace, but still, you were the true one, Tom. You saw the signs and you left.
Yeah, he sold it, made his money, and as far as I'm aware, to this day, he still spends his days traveling the world doing photography.
There you go. One man's dream.
Look again. Yeah.
One man's dream turns into another's photography lesson. Are you working for National Geographic? Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
We did dirty now. It's all our fault. It's all our fault. But anyway, guys, again at 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow with Fragniak. He's going to be on. And again, thank you, Ayab, for coming on. I know all this week you were like, I'm going to be here, 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 going to be never ending. Never ending. Never ending. But no, you're always welcome to come back on, sir. I say that's about just everyone who comes on because at the end of the day, there's always more to be had, and you'd always be surprised by it. So, but anyway, guys, again, 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow with Fragniak, and of course, like always, can I do? No, I can't. Like always, ending with the show, One Day With You by Pogo. And of course, if anyone's interested, I have begun linking Pogo stuff in the description. So if you're on Rumble or YouTube, you'll see his channel link to YouTube because that's where stuff is at. And you can go there.
Outro.
Yeah. You can see the outro. You can see all the songs I've used on here in there. Some are unfinished. Some are not on the same. But they're, for me, I enjoy his work. And even though he's not done stuff in a while, I appreciate the work he's done. So One Day With You by Pogo. Thank you all so much for being here. See you tomorrow at 4 p.m. Not 5 p.m. 4 p.m. Eastern. And enjoy the rest of your night.
Bye, folks.
Bye.